Did you know that people in the Middle Ages didn't sleep like we do today? Their night was split into 2 full sleep sessions, with hours of quiet wakefulness in between. From candlelit prayers to nighttime chores and strange midnight snacks, this forgotten routine might sound peaceful, until you try living it. Tonight, we uncover how the medieval sleep schedule worked and why it would completely wreck your modern life. Welcome back to our channel, where calming rain, forgotten facts and peaceful storytelling come together to help you drift off gently. If you enjoy slow, soothing dives into the past, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a sleepy slice of history. As shadows lengthen and eyelids grow heavy, allow your mind to drift back through the corridors of time to an age when darkness held dominion over half of human experience. Let the gentle rhythm of history's forgotten sleep patterns guide you toward your own peaceful slumber. In our modern world of perpetual illumination, we have forgotten what true darkness means. The medieval night was not merely an absence of light, but a presence unto itself, a velvet shroud that wrapped around cottage and castle alike, bringing the bustling world to stillness. As the sun descended below the horizon, medieval folk followed its example. No electric lights burned into the small hours, no screens cast their blue glow upon tired faces. Instead, the rhythm of human life moved in harmony with the celestial dance overhead, a pattern as old as humanity itself, now lost to most of us who dwell in the artificial day of the modern world. In hamlets and villages across medieval Europe, from the misty shores of Ireland to the sun-drenched fields of Sicily, families prepared for night's approach with rituals passed down through generations. Wooden shutters closed against the gathering dark, hearth fires banked to smoulder through the hours of darkness, providing modest warmth but little light. The day's final meal, a simple affair of bread, perhaps cheese or preserved meats washed down with small beer or watered wine, concluded as twilight deepened into night. Early to bed and early to rise, our modern adage proclaims. But medieval folk took this wisdom further than we might imagine. By our standards, their bedtimes would seem preposterously early, sometimes as soon as 7 o'clock in winter months, when darkness descended by late afternoon. Even in summer, with its lingering northern twilights, most had settled beneath their coverings by 9 o'clock, their day's labours complete, their bodies surrendering to the first phase of the night's embrace. For the peasant family in their humble cottage, the approach of sleep brought the household together in ways we might find strangely intimate. Father, mother, children, sometimes grandparents or unmarried siblings, all preparing to share the same sleeping space, often the same bed. Privacy, that modern obsession, held little meaning in the medieval bedchamber. The body's needs and functions were acknowledged with a matter-of-factness that our more delicate sensibilities might find shocking. Imagine yourself there, in a small cottage, near the edge of a medieval forest. The day's work in the fields has left your muscles pleasantly weary. The evening meal sits comfortably in your belly. Outside, the wind whispers through oak and ash, carrying the subtle fragrance of wild herbs and damp earth. Inside, the familiar sounds of family settling, children's quiet voices, the creak of the wooden bed frame, the rustle of straw as someone turns beneath woolen blankets. Night prayer has been spoken, a simple devotion asking protection through the vulnerable hours of darkness. The rushlights, simple reed stems soaked in animal fat, have been extinguished, leaving only the faint orange glow of banked embers in the hearth. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you can just make out the shadowy forms of your sleeping family. The bed beneath you is simple, a wooden frame with ropes stretched across to support a mattress stuffed with straw, or, if you are fortunate, wool. From this practice comes our phrase, sleep tight, for loose ropes meant an uncomfortable night, and periodic tightening was necessary for proper support. Your covering is wool, perhaps sheepskin in the coldest months, and your pillow, if you use one at all, is a simple cloth sack also stuffed with straw, or perhaps feathers if your household is prosperous. As you settle into this first sleep of the night, your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of those around you. The darkness is nearly complete, broken only by moonlight filtering through small windows or cracks in the shutters. This darkness is profound, enveloping in a way rarely experienced in our modern world of streetlights and illuminated devices. It weighs upon the eyes like a gentle press of velvet, guiding you toward a surrender that feels ancient and right. The medieval mind understood darkness not merely as an absence of light, but as a distinct state with its own properties and dangers. Night brought vulnerability to spirits, to malevolent forces, to human wrongdoers. Yet it also brought a cessation of labor, a necessary pause in the relentless work that sustained life. This duality of danger and rest, of vulnerability and renewal, shaped the medieval relationship with sleep in ways our artificially illuminated world has forgotten. As you drift toward the shores of slumber, imagine the millions who have lain, just as you do now, across centuries of human experience, surrendering to the night's first embrace. Your consciousness begins to dissolve, thoughts unwinding like threads from a spindle, body growing heavy against the ropes and straw. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits, your eyes open in darkness. For a moment, disorientation clouds your mind. Where are you? What hour is this? Around you, the soft sounds of breathing bodies fill the small room. Someone shifts in sleep nearby, a child perhaps, curled against the warmth of a parent's back. Outside, an owl calls, its voice carrying through the stillness of the medieval night. This wakefulness is not a modern disruption, not the insomnia we battle with pills and white noise machines. This is the natural rhythm of human sleep as it existed for millennia, the wakeful interval between first and second sleep. The time that modern science has named biphasic sleep, but that medieval folk simply called the watch, or the waking time. Historical records speak of this time with casual familiarity. After the first sleep, they might note, as if everyone naturally understood this pattern of rest. And indeed, everyone did. From humble cottages to royal chambers, this midnight waking was the common experience of humanity until the industrial age thrust its regimented schedules upon us. In his groundbreaking research, historian Roger E. Kerr documented over 500 references to this segmented sleep pattern in sources ranging from court records to private diaries, from medical texts to literature. What we might diagnose as insomnia today was, for our ancestors, simply the body's natural rhythm, a pause in the night's slumber that offered a different kind of consciousness, neither the alert functionality of day nor the deep surrender of sleep. This interval typically lasted an hour or two. In winter, with its long nights of 12 hours or more, this waking might extend longer, a peaceful interlude in the darkness before the second descent into slumber. What did people do during this time? The historical record offers us glimpses of these forgotten hours. For many, it was a time of quiet reflection. Prayers were said sometimes by the entire household together, sometimes in the privacy of one's own thoughts. Medieval Christians might recite the night offices, matins or lauds, echoing the more elaborate prayers being chanted by monks in distant monasteries. The Islamic tradition similarly embraced night wakefulness for prayer, with the Prophet Muhammad recommending tahajjud, voluntary night prayer, as especially meritorious. For others, these wakeful hours offered rare moments of privacy in lives otherwise marked by constant companionship. Couples might speak quietly of matters too intimate for daylight conversation, planning family futures, or resolving disputes away from the ears of children or servants. Young lovers seized these darkened hours for secret trysts, slipping from family beds to meet beneath stars or in barns, their absences concealed by the general expectation of midnight waking. Some medieval folk used this time for productivity. By the dim glow of a rushlight or candle, simple tasks might be completed: mending clothes, preparing food for the morning meal, checking on livestock or children. Court records occasionally mention householders catching thieves during this wakeful period, having risen to secure their property or simply to sit by the fire in contemplation. For those with access to books, primarily the wealthy or clergy, these quiet hours offered
uninterrupted reading time.
Imagine a noble lady propped on pillows in her curtained bed, a precious manuscript illuminated by candlelight, absorbing religious teachings or perhaps romantic tales of chivalry, while the castle sleeps around her. For many, however, this waking time was social. Beds were shared not only by family members but in inns or large households, sometimes by strangers or acquaintances. Conversation flowed naturally in these intimate settings. Stories were told, dreams recounted and interpreted, news exchanged. This practice of sharing dreams during the midnight waking was particularly widespread, with medieval folk believing that dreams during the first sleep often contained messages or portents worth discussing. Imagine yourself now in this wakeful interval. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, casting just enough light to make out the contours of the room. Perhaps you rise and move quietly to the hearth, adding a small piece of wood, careful not to create too much light or disturbance. The cool night air touches your skin as you leave the warmth of shared bedding. Medieval sleepwear was minimal by our standards. Many simply slept in their linen undergarments or entirely naked, particularly in humble dwellings where a single set of clothes needed to be preserved for daily wear. The nightshirt as a specialized garment would gradually evolve through the late medieval period, becoming more common by the Renaissance, but was not universal. Nightcaps, however, were practical necessities in the unheated sleeping chambers of northern Europe, preserving vital warmth that would otherwise escape through the head. As you sit by the rekindled fire, perhaps you take a drink of water or small beer from a pitcher left within reach. Maybe you speak softly with another wakeful family member, sharing observations about the day past or the one to come. Your conversation has a different quality than daylight discussions, more reflective, more intimate, shaped by the liminal consciousness of midnight wakefulness. Outside your dwelling, others are also awake. In medieval towns, the night watchman makes his rounds, calling out the hours, watching for the telltale glow of uncontrolled fire, the greatest danger to closely packed timber buildings. His voice carries through the darkness. 2 o'clock and all's well. A human connection through the blackness of a world before streetlights. In monasteries across Christendom, monks and nuns rise for night offices, their sleep deliberately interrupted by bells calling them to prayer. The Benedictine rule, which governed countless religious houses, prescribed this nighttime worship as integral to monastic discipline. Imagine the soft glow of candles illuminating stone chapels, the rise and fall of Latin chant echoing through cloisters, as religious communities maintain the ceaseless rhythm of praise that marks the canonical hours. This midnight wakefulness held a different quality of consciousness than either day or deep sleep, a state that some medieval mystics considered especially conducive to spiritual insight. The modern mind, accustomed to binary states of wakefulness and sleep, has largely forgotten this intermediate consciousness, this quiet alertness wrapped in darkness. As your wakeful interval stretches into its second hour, you feel the gentle tug of second sleep approaching. Your body, having completed its midnight vigil, prepares once more for slumber. You return to your place among the sleeping forms of your household, pulling woolen covers against the night's chill. The darkness enfolds you once more, but differently now, like an old friend rather than an unknown presence. Your mind, refreshed by its waking interlude, slides more easily toward dreams, carrying with it the peace of having observed the night's quiet mysteries. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. While common folk followed the natural rhythm of first and second sleep behind monastery walls, a more regimented pattern governed the hours of darkness. The medieval monastic tradition, that great preserver of learning and liturgy through Europe's darkest times, approached sleep not merely as physical necessity but as spiritual discipline. For those who had taken vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, every aspect of life became an opportunity for devotion, including the surrender to an awakening from sleep. The rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century, yet still governing monastic life throughout the medieval period, prescribed a careful distribution of prayer, work, reading, and rest that shaped each 24 hours into a sacred rhythm. Imagine yourself now as a novice monk, recently arrived at a Benedictine monastery. The stone walls around you hold in winter's chill, and your simple woolen habit and cowl provide limited warmth against the cold that seeps from flagstone floors. Your sleeping quarters, the dormitorium or dorter, is a long hall where brothers sleep side by side on narrow pallets, each with a thin mattress of straw covered by a rough woolen blanket. Privacy, that modern obsession, has no place here. Your body and its needs have become communal concerns, subject to the same rhythms as your dozens of brothers. The individual will, with its desires for comfort or convenience, must be subordinated to the greater purpose of the community's devotion. Your day has been filled with labor, perhaps in the fields that sustain the monastery, or in the scriptorium, copying precious manuscripts, or in the infirmary tending to the sick. Physical fatigue is a constant companion, yet the rule prevents excessive rest. Saint Benedict warned against the sin of acedia, spiritual sloth, that might tempt monks to linger in bed when the bell calls them to prayer. As darkness falls across the monastery grounds, the community gathers for vespers, evening prayer, followed by a simple meal taken in silence while a brother reads aloud from Scripture or the writings of the Church Fathers. Afterward comes compline, the final office of the day, with its prayers for protection through the vulnerable hours of darkness. Visit, we beseech thee, O Lord, this habitation, and drive from it all the snares of the enemy. Let thy holy angels dwell herein to preserve us in peace, and may thy blessing be upon us always. With these words still echoing in your mind, you and your brothers process silently to the dormitory. No conversation breaks the quiet of this transition to night. The communal nature of monastic sleep required strict rules of decorum. No disrobing beyond removal of outer garments and shoes. No disruptive movements or sounds. The rule even specified that monks should sleep clothed and girded, ready to rise swiftly when the night bell called. Unlike secular households where the midnight waking came naturally and could extend as long as consciousness persisted, monastic schedules imposed strict parameters on night's interruption. Typically, monks would retire after compline, around 7 Decal p.m., and sleep until approximately 2 Kit a.m., when the bell would rouse them for nocturnes or matins. the night office of psalms and readings that formed the spiritual heart of darkness hours. The Biksa monastery's night held its own officers, the circator who made rounds ensuring all were present and orderly, and the excitator whose responsibility was waking the community for night prayer. Imagine being gently shaken awake in the pitch darkness, the soft voice of the excitator murmuring, "Benedicamus Domino," let us bless the Lord, to which you must respond, "Deo gratias," thanks be to God, before rising from your pallet. The transition from warm bedding to cold night air required considerable discipline, particularly in winter, when unheated stone churches might be near freezing. Yet this physical discomfort was embraced as spiritual training, a small martyrdom that united the monk with Christ's suffering. By candlelight, the community would process to the church, taking assigned places in wooden choir stalls where they would remain standing or seated through the lengthy night office. Matins typically lasted about 2 hours and consisted of psalms, readings from scripture and patristic writers, and responsories sung in the haunting tones of Gregorian chant. Imagine the scene, dozens of cowled figures in the vast darkness of a Romanesque church, their faces illuminated only by candlelight, voices rising and falling in ancient words of praise. The visual effect was one of islands of light surrounded by great seas of darkness, a powerful metaphor for the monastic vocation itself, maintaining the light of faith through the perceived darkness of the secular world. Following matins came Lords greeting the approach of dawn with psalms specifically chosen for their imagery of light overcoming darkness. In winter, when natural dawn remained hours away, this spiritual dawn nonetheless marked the beginning of the monastic day. In some traditions, monks would return to bed after these night offices, embracing a second sleep similar to secular patterns. In stricter observances, however, the day began immediately with private prayer or study filling the hours until prime, the first daylight office, and the community breakfast. This fragmentation of night, the deliberate interruption of natural, sleep patterns for spiritual purposes, represented a distinctly medieval understanding of the body as subordinate to spiritual discipline. Modern minds might view such practices as unhealthy sleep deprivation, but medieval monastics saw in this willful waking a participation in Christ's vigilance and suffering. The monastic approach to sleep extended beyond scheduling to include the spiritual preparation for rest. Before retiring, many monks performed systematic examination of conscience, reviewing the day's actions, confessing faults, and reconciling with community members. This practice created psychological closure that modern sleep experts might recognize as conducive to restful sleep. Similarly, the restriction against eating immediately before Compline, creating a natural fasting period through the night, anticipated modern advice about digestive health and sleep quality, while you, as an imagined novice, might initially struggle. With this regimented interruption of natural sleep patterns, the historical record suggests that most monastics adapted well to the rhythm. Medieval monastic writings rarely complain of sleep deprivation, instead emphasizing the spiritual fruits of night vigils, heightened contemplative awareness, solidarity with the suffering, and participation in the Church's unceasing prayer. For the medieval monastic, sleep itself became a spiritual metaphor, with dormition, the act of falling asleep, associated with death and awakening with resurrection. Each night enacted in microcosm the great Christian narrative of death and rebirth. The midnight rising for prayer symbolized the soul's watchfulness for Christ's return, being found alert and ready like the wise virgins of the gospel parable, who kept oil in their lamps while awaiting the bridegroom. As dawn approaches after the night offices, imagine yourself returning to the dormitory for perhaps another hour of rest before the full day begins. Your body feels the fatigue of interrupted sleep, yet your mind carries a certain clarity from the midnight prayers, a reminder that, in the medieval worldview, physical comfort often stood in tension with spiritual alertness. This monastic pattern of segmented sleep, with its deliberate waking for prayer, would influence broader Christian practice beyond monastery walls. Devout laypeople sometimes adopted simplified versions of the night offices for household prayer, particularly during Advent and Lent. The medieval ideal of watchfulness, being spiritually alert in life's darkest hours, found practical expression in these fragmented sleep patterns that modern minds have largely forgotten. As you settle once more onto your simple pallet, the words of the night psalms echo in your mind, carrying you toward a brief second sleep before the demands of the new day arrive with the bell for prime. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The medieval bedroom bore little resemblance to our modern sanctuaries of sleep. While we designate specific rooms for specific functions, cooking happens in kitchens, dining in dining rooms, sleeping in bedrooms, medieval spaces were more fluid in their purposes, particularly in humble dwellings. Understanding where and how medieval people slept offers a window into a world where privacy and comfort carried very different meanings than they do today. For the vast majority of medieval Europeans, the peasantry, who comprised perhaps 90% of the population, home was a simple structure of timber, wattle and daub, or in some regions, stone. A typical peasant dwelling consisted of a single room, perhaps 20 by 15 feet, with a central hearth that provided both cooking heat and the dwelling's only warmth. This single-room living meant that all aspects of domestic life, cooking, eating, working, and sleeping, occurred within the same confined space. Sleeping arrangements in such dwellings were necessarily communal. The entire family, parents, children, and sometimes extended family members, slept together, often on a single large bed platform built against one wall. In the simplest homes, this might be nothing more than a slightly raised area covered with straw and rushes. More established households might possess a proper bed frame with a straw-filled mattress, covered by woolen blankets or furs, depending on the family's resources and regional climate. Imagine such a dwelling at night. The fire has burned down to embers, casting dim red light across the room's interior. The air holds a complex mixture of scents: wood smoke, the lingering aroma of the evening's pottage, the earthy smell of the rush-strewn floor, perhaps livestock housed in an adjoining section during winter months. The family lies together on their shared sleeping platform, bodies generating communal warmth against the night's chill. This physical closeness served practical purposes beyond warmth. In an age without electric security systems, sleeping together created safety through numbers. It allowed parents to monitor children and protect them from dangers ranging from household accidents to, in superstitious understanding, spiritual threats that were believed to particularly target the vulnerable during sleep hours. As we move up the social scale to craftspeople, merchants, and the urban middle class, sleeping arrangements grow somewhat more elaborate, though still far from modern expectations of privacy. A prosperous urban dwelling might have 2 or 3 rooms, allowing some separation of functions. The main bed, where the householder and spouse slept, often stood in the hall or main room, not sequestered in a private chamber, but placed where it demonstrated the family's prosperity to visitors. These better quality beds featured wooden frames with rope or strap supports that required periodic tightening, hence the phrase "sleep tight." Mattresses contained straw, wool, or for the wealthy, feathers. Bed curtains, suspended from the ceiling or from a frame attached to the bedstead, provided important protection against drafts in unheated rooms, as well as a modest visual barrier, though not true privacy by modern standards. For urban households of means, trundle beds, low frames on wheels that could be stored beneath the main bed during daylight hours, accommodated children or servants. Apprentices and older children might sleep on pallets that were rolled out each night on the floor of the main room or workshop. Such arrangements reflected the medieval understanding of sleep as a communal rather than private activity. At the uppermost levels of society, sleeping arrangements became elaborate demonstrations of wealth and status. Noble and royal beds were impressive structures, often the most expensive pieces of furniture in a household. A great bed might feature intricately carved posts and headboards, sumptuous hangings of embroidered silk or velvet, and mattresses stuffed with the softest down feathers. The great bed in a castle or manor served multiple functions. Beyond sleeping, it became a semi-public space where the lord or lady might receive morning visitors, conduct business, or confer with trusted servants, a practice that would continue well into the early modern period. These beds were designed to impress as much as to provide comfort, with heraldic devices worked into hangings and symbolic elements incorporated into their construction. Yet even these grand sleeping arrangements lacked modern privacy. Noble households operated through constant human presence, with servants sleeping in the same chambers as their masters, perhaps on trundle beds or pallets at the foot of the great bed, ready to attend to nighttime needs. The concept of sleeping in a room without attendants would have seemed strange and even frightening to medieval aristocrats accustomed to constant service. For travelers, sleeping arrangements varied, widely depending on status and circumstance. Monasteries offered hospitality to pilgrims and other travelers, with guest houses that provided simple but decent accommodation. Commercial inns, which began to proliferate along major travel routes by the later medieval period, commonly featured large dormitory-style rooms where multiple travelers slept in shared beds. The expectation of private rooms, one traveler, one bed, simply did not exist. Many travelers' accounts mention the surprise, sometimes dismay, of being assigned to share a bed with strangers at public inns. This practice continued well into the 17th century, with bed sharing so normal that innkeepers had standardized methods for matching compatible sleeping partners based on apparent social class, age, and nationality. Only those of exceptional wealth or status could expect private sleeping arrangements while traveling. The physical environment of medieval sleep differed from our modern experiences in other ways beyond bed configuration. Most notably, true darkness, rarely experienced in our light-polluted modern world, was a constant companion of the medieval sleeper. Outside the limited circle of candlelight or hearth glow, darkness was absolute, particularly on moonless nights or in interior rooms without windows. This profound darkness shaped sleep behaviors and practices. Medieval people commonly slept with certain objects close at hand, religious talismans for protection against spiritual dangers believed to lurk in darkness, vessels of water for nighttime thirst, and in some households, weapons for physical protection. The vulnerability experienced during sleep hours generated both practical precautions and elaborate rituals designed to ensure safety through the night. Sleep postures also differed somewhat from modern habits. Historical evidence suggests many medieval people slept partially upright, with multiple pillows or bolsters propping the upper body in a semi-reclined position. Medical authorities of the time advised against lying completely flat, believing it caused unhealthy vapors to rise to the brain. This semi-reclined sleeping position appears in numerous medieval illustrations and descriptions, particularly among the educated classes who followed medical advice of the period. Seasonal variations significantly impacted medieval sleeping environments. Winter brought particular challenges with unheated sleeping chambers in all but the wealthiest households. People adapted through layered bedding, shared body heat, and sleeping in more clothes than was common in warmer months. Bed-warming pans, metal containers filled with hot coals or embers and run between the sheets before bedtime, provided temporary warmth for those who could afford such luxuries. Summer presented different challenges, particularly in urban environments, where timber and plaster homes could become uncomfortably warm. While the wealthy might move sleeping arrangements to cooler ground floor rooms during summer months, most simply adapted by using lighter coverings and, when possible, keeping windows open for ventilation, a practice that balanced the need for coolness against concerns about night air, widely believed to carry disease. The sensory experience of the medieval sleeping environment encompassed more than temperature and light conditions. Sound shaped the night, the calls of night watchmen marking the hours in towns, the rhythmic breathing of family members in shared sleeping spaces, the creaking of timber as buildings cooled, the distant tolling of church bells marking monastic hours. Natural sounds penetrated even solid buildings, wind, rain, animal noises, all creating a sonic landscape that modern sleepers, accustomed to sealed and insulated homes, rarely experience. Scents also defined medieval sleeping spaces in distinctive ways. Aromatic herbs strewn among rushes on floors and sometimes incorporated into bedding, lavender, sweet woodruff, meadowsweet, provided pleasant fragrance while helping to repel insects. These natural aromatics, combined with the omnipresent scent of wood smoke that permeated clothing and bedding, created olfactory environments entirely different from our artificially scented or deliberately scentless modern bedrooms. As you drift between wakefulness and sleep, imagine yourself in one of these medieval sleeping environments. The physical closeness of other bodies, the weight of woolen blankets, the absolute darkness beyond the dying glow of the hearth, the complex mixture of scents rising from herb-strewn floors, the distant sounds of night watchmen or monastery bells marking the passage of hours. This sensory landscape shaped not only how medieval people slept, but their entire relationship to the vulnerability and intimacy of the night. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The fundamental human need for sleep unites us across time and social boundaries. Yet how this universal need was met varied dramatically across medieval society's rigid hierarchies. From the straw pallets of peasant cottages to the canopied splendor of royal bedchambers, sleep reflected and reinforced the social order that defined medieval life. Let us explore how the experience of night and rest differed across the three traditional estates of medieval society: those who worked, those who fought, and those who prayed. For the peasantry, the vast majority who worked the land, sleep was a practical matter governed primarily by daylight and seasonal rhythms. Their waking hours followed the sun's arc across the sky, expanding in summer and contracting in winter, with sleep similarly adjusting to light's availability. In midwinter, peasant households might sleep 10 or even 12 hours, divided into the customary pattern of first and second sleep with an interval of wakefulness between. The typical peasant dwelling, as we've explored, offered limited space and comfort. Most comprised a single room with a central hearth, the family sleeping together on stuffed mattresses laid upon the floor or simple wooden platforms. In poorer households, even this modest arrangement might be lacking, with family members sleeping on straw-filled sacks placed directly on packed earth floors. Rushes might be strewn atop the earth, providing minimal insulation against ground moisture and cold. This hardscrabble approach to sleeping arrangements wasn't solely the result of poverty, but reflected practical priorities in lives dominated by agricultural labor. When daylight hours demanded intense physical work and survival depended on successful harvests, investing scarce resources in sleeping comfort seemed less essential than productive tools, livestock, or food stores. Yet even within these constrained circumstances, peasant households created sleep rituals that provided comfort and structure. Evening prayers, typically simple devotions rather than the elaborate liturgies of monasteries, marked the transition to night. Families gathered around hearths where the day's final meal was followed by practical activities suited to firelight, mending, whittling, simple crafts that supplemented farming income. As sleep approached, the fire would be carefully banked, neither extinguished completely nor left dangerously active, providing minimal warmth through the night while conserving precious fuel. In many regions, a formal covering of the fire included prayers for protection, a ritual acknowledgement of the vulnerability of darkness. The peasant experience of night carried particular anxieties unknown to wealthier classes. Without substantial locks or defenses, rural dwellings were vulnerable to both human and animal predators. Wolves remained a genuine threat in many European regions throughout the medieval period, while human thieves might target livestock or food stores. These practical concerns mingled with supernatural fears of malevolent spirits believed to roam in darkness, of fairies who might steal children or spoil food, of the restless dead returning to trouble the living. Against these dangers, peasant households employed both practical and spiritual protections. Physical measures included barring doors and covering windows, bringing smaller livestock inside during dangerous seasons, and keeping simple weapons accessible. Spiritual protections ranged from formal religious elements, crosses hung by doors, holy water sprinkled in corners, to folk practices that mixed Christian and pre-Christian elements, herbs with protective properties placed above beds, iron items believed to repel supernatural beings, carefully positioned brooms and implements to confuse or deter night spirits. Sleep for the medieval peasantry was thus a vulnerable state entered with both practical precautions and ritual preparations, experienced communally rather than individually, and shaped by seasonal rhythms to a degree almost unimaginable to modern sleepers. For the nobility, those who fought, sleep took on entirely different dimensions. While still following the natural pattern of first and second sleep, aristocratic slumber was wrapped in layers of comfort, ceremony, and symbolism unavailable to common folk. The noble bedchamber was not merely a place for rest, but a statement of power, wealth, and status. The great bed of a lord or lady represented one of a noble household's most significant investments. Such beds featured carved wooden frames, often decorated with heraldic elements proclaiming family lineage. Mattresses, typically multiple layers providing graduated support, might contain feathers, down, wool, or other soft materials unavailable to commoners. Linens of fine quality covered these mattresses with multiple pillows and bolsters arranged for both comfort and display. Most distinctive were the elaborate bed curtains surrounding aristocratic sleeping spaces. Suspended from ceiling beams or from a wooden frame, the tester, attached to the bedstead, these curtains served crucial practical functions. They created a microclimate within the large, drafty chambers of castles and manor houses, preserving body heat in an era before central heating. They also provided visual privacy in chambers where servants might be present at all hours. Beyond these practical aspects, bed curtains made powerful symbolic statements. Their materials, silk, velvet, fine wool embroidered with gold or silver thread, demonstrated the wealth that could be allocated to non-productive display. Their designs often incorporated family arms or devices, religious imagery, or scenes from chivalric romances, visually connecting the sleeping noble to sources of identity and authority. The rituals surrounding aristocratic sleep differed as dramatically from peasant practices as did the physical environment. Rather than the simple transition from day's work to night's rest, noble bedtimes involved elaborate ceremonies, particularly for the highest ranks. By the later medieval period, the process of preparing a great lord or lady for sleep might involve multiple servants with specialized roles, removing outer clothing, providing washing water, preparing the bed itself, adjusting room temperature by managing fires. For royalty, these practical functions evolved into ceremonial offices that conferred status on the nobles permitted to perform them. The right to hand the king his nightshirt or to draw his bed curtains became coveted privileges, formalized, positions that demonstrated the recipient's favor and proximity to power. What began as practical assistance transformed into ritualized display, with sleep preparations becoming a form of political theater. Even the timing of aristocratic sleep differed somewhat from peasant patterns. While still generally aligned with natural daylight, noble households maintained more artificial light sources, multiple candles, oil lamps, larger hearth fires, allowing activities to extend further into evening hours. Expensive wax candles, rather than cheaper tallow, animal fat, candles or rushlights produced clearer light with less smoke and odor, making extended evening activities more pleasant for those who could afford them. These extended evenings might include entertainment, music, storytelling, games like chess or backgammon that delayed bedtime beyond sunset. Court records and household accounts reveal that higher nobility often retired later than agricultural workers, though still far earlier than modern habits would suggest. A lord might retire at 9 or 10 rather than the peasant's 7 or 8, but certainly not at midnight or beyond, as is common today. The midnight waking period took different forms in noble households as well. While peasants might use this time for practical tasks by limited firelight, aristocrats could afford more substantial illumination. Records mention nobles reading during night wakings, writing letters or poetry, engaging in intimate conversations, or even receiving trusted visitors during these quiet hours. The medieval classification of sleep as first and second appears frequently in aristocratic diaries and correspondence, confirming that this biphasic pattern stretched across social classes despite differences in comfort and circumstance. Morning brought its own aristocratic ceremonies, with servants attending the waking process as they had the bedtime rituals. Again, for royalty and the highest nobility, these morning activities evolved into formal levee ceremonies, structured rituals of rising, washing, and dressing that demonstrated status and controlled access to the powerful figure at their center. The bed itself remained a semi-public space where a noble might receive early visitors while still in a state of partial dress, a practice revealing how differently privacy was constructed in medieval minds. For the third estate, those who prayed, sleep took on specifically spiritual dimensions beyond the experiences of either peasants or nobles. As we've explored in our chapter on monastic hours, religious communities approached sleep as a spiritual discipline, regulated by communal rules rather than individual preference. Yet even within the broader category of those who prayed sleep, experiences varied significantly. For parish priests living in village communities, sleep patterns likely resembled those of the peasantry they served, though with interruptions for emergency pastoral care, attending deathbeds, for instance, which could occur at any hour. Such clergy typically lived in modest dwellings near their churches, perhaps with slightly better appointments than peasant homes, but without the elaborate comforts of nobility. Bishops and higher clergy, drawn largely from aristocratic families, often maintained sleeping arrangements similar to secular nobles of equivalent rank. Episcopal residences and abbots' lodgings frequently included well-appointed bedchambers with comfortable beds appropriate to their occupants' status. The tension between religious ideals of simplicity and the practical realities of high ecclesiastical office created interesting compromises in such sleeping arrangements. Beds that were comfortable yet not ostentatious, fine linens but perhaps not the most extravagant textiles, Beyond these broad categories, specialized relationships to sleep developed in particular contexts. Soldiers on campaign, for instance, developed distinctive sleep practices suited to military necessity. Rotating watch schedules meant that some always remained awake while others slept. Simple equipment, portable bedrolls, sometimes small tents, provided minimal comfort while facilitating quick deployment. Sleep deprivation might be employed strategically, either to maintain vigilance during dangerous periods or to force troops to remain alert for anticipated engagements. For merchants and traders, travel created varied sleeping experiences as they moved between commercial centers. Such travelers might sleep in inns of varying quality, in monasteries offering hospitality to travelers, or in private homes of business associates. Their accounts reveal the unpredictability of sleep while traveling, from comfortable accommodations in major cities to cramped, vermin-infested spaces in smaller settlements, with bed sharing with strangers a common expectation rather than an unusual hardship. Hospital environments developed their own sleep customs. Medieval hospitals, serving primarily as charitable institutions for the poor, elderly, and infirm rather than acute medical facilities, typically featured large open wards with beds arranged around a central chapel. This arrangement allowed bedridden patients to participate in religious services from their beds. Sleep in such environments was communal and often interrupted by the comings and goings of staff, the needs of other patients, and the regular rhythm of prayers that structured institutional days. For those on society's margins, the homeless, the imprisoned, displaced persons, sleep became particularly vulnerable and contested. Criminal records occasionally mention those arrested for sleeping in prohibited places, church porches, market stalls, barns without permission. Without secure shelter, such individuals experience sleep not as a reliable daily transition, but as a dangerous necessity requiring constant adaptation to circumstances and vigilance against threats ranging from weather to violence to official punishment. Across all these varied circumstances, certain constants emerged in medieval sleep. The natural division into first and second sleep appears consistently across social classes, suggesting its roots in human biology rather than cultural construction. The vulnerability of the sleeping state generated protective practices in all contexts, though these varied from peasant folk magic to aristocratic guards to monastic prayers. The communal nature of sleep, shared beds, shared chambers, shared consciousness of night's passage, united medieval people in ways modern sleepers, isolated in private rooms behind locked doors, might find difficult to imagine. As you consider these different experiences of a universal human need, perhaps your own modern sleep habits appear in new light, neither more natural nor more artificial than those of the medieval past, merely adapted to different circumstances, technologies, and understandings of the relationship between body and world. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. When the medieval body surrendered to sleep, the medieval mind entered realms considered as real and significant as the waking world. Dreams and visions held profound importance in the medieval worldview, not mere fantasies or neural recycling as many modern thinkers might characterize them, but potential channels for divine communication, prophetic insight, or demonic temptation. Understanding how medieval people experienced and interpreted their dreams offers a window into a consciousness very different from our own, one where the boundaries between spiritual and material reality remained permeable, especially in the vulnerable state of sleep. Medieval dream theory drew from multiple traditions. Classical authorities, particularly Macrobius's commentary on Cicero's Dream of Scipio, provided sophisticated categorizations of dream types that remained influential throughout the period. Christian theology contributed scriptural examples of divinely sent dreams, from Jacob's ladder to Joseph's warning to flee with the infant Jesus. Folk traditions across Europe maintained pre-Christian elements, that associated dreams with ancestral communication or supernatural foresight. From these diverse sources emerged a complex framework for understanding night visions. Not all dreams were considered equally meaningful. Macrobius's system distinguished between significant dreams, somnia, and meaningless ones, insomnia, with the former further divided into categories including prophetic dreams, allegorical dreams, and oracular dreams. This classification system allowed medieval people to sift their night experiences, separating potentially significant communications from what we might call processing dreams, resulting from bodily states or daily concerns. Physical conditions were understood to influence dream content, an insight that parallels modern understanding. The dominant medical theory of the medieval period, the humoral system derived from Galen and Hippocrates, linked different dream themes to bodily states. Dreams of fire might indicate an excess of yellow bile, choler, while dreams of water could suggest phlegmatic imbalance. Dreams involving flight often indicated sanguine temperament, while those of darkness or constriction might reveal melancholic tendencies. Diet particularly affected dream experiences in medieval understanding. Certain foods were believed to produce troubling or confused dreams, heavy meats before bedtime, for instance, or excessive wine. The practice of fasting before important religious holidays served partly to clarify dream experiences during these spiritually significant times, creating conditions where divine communication might be received more clearly. Monasteries, with their regulated diets and emphasis on spiritual receptivity, developed detailed understandings of how food choices influenced dream states. The cultural emphasis on the potential significance of dreams created practices for their preservation. While modern sleepers might forget dreams within minutes of waking, medieval people considered dream recall important enough to develop specific techniques. The wakeful interval between first and second sleep provided an ideal opportunity for reflecting on dream content from the first sleep period. Some religious communities encouraged members to record significant dreams immediately upon waking, creating a practice of dream journaling that anticipated modern psychological approaches. Dreams served different functions across social classes, though with significant overlap. For the peasantry, dreams often functioned as predictive tools for practical matters, harbingers of weather changes critical for agricultural planning, indications of health concerns, warnings about community tensions. Folkloric dream interpretation traditions passed through oral culture provided frameworks for understanding these experiences, with certain symbols carrying consistent meanings within specific regional contexts. For the aristocracy, dreams might carry political significance beyond personal meaning. A noble's dream could be interpreted as carrying implications for their family, lands, or political alliances. Royal dreams received particular attention, sometimes recorded by chroniclers, and interpreted as omens for the kingdom. William the Conqueror's mother reportedly dreamed of a tree growing from her body that overshadowed England, a vision interpreted as prophesying her son's conquest. Such accounts, whether historical or constructed retrospectively, reinforced the connection between dream content and political destiny. Religious communities developed the most elaborate frameworks for dream interpretation, particularly distinguishing between divine communications and demonic deceptions. Discernment, the spiritual practice of determining a vision's source, became critically important in monastic contexts where dreams might guide important decisions. Signs of divine dreams included clarity, consistency with scripture and church teaching, and the emotional state they produced, peace and love, rather than confusion or pride. Suspected demonic dreams would be countered with prayer, confession, and sometimes physical practices like changed sleeping positions or blessed objects placed near beds. Shared dreams held special significance, considered particularly reliable when multiple individuals reported similar night visions independently. Hagiographies, saints' lives, frequently include accounts of shared dreams, as when several community members might dream of a deceased person's spiritual state or the location of sacred relics. The communal validation provided by such experiences gave them greater weight than individual dreams, which might more easily be dismissed as products of personal psychology or physical conditions. The midnight waking period provided ideal conditions for processing dream content. Medieval people would often discuss their dreams during this wakeful interval, seeking interpretation from family members or bedchamber companions. This practice served both psychological and social functions, integrating potentially troubling dream content into conscious understanding while reinforcing communal bonds through shared interpretation of personal experiences. The content of medieval dreams, as recorded in various sources, reveals both similarities to and differences from modern dream experiences. Religious imagery appears frequently, unsurprising in a society where religious visualization formed part of daily devotional practice. Dreams of saints, angels, demons, and Christ himself are commonly reported in religious writings, reflecting the visual culture that surrounded medieval Christians in church decoration and manuscript illumination. Natural environments feature prominently as well, with forests, mountains, rivers, and weather phenomena carrying symbolic weight. These elements often functioned as threshold spaces in dream narratives, marking transitions between ordinary experience and supernatural encounter. The forest, in particular, appears frequently as a liminal space where dreamers might meet supernatural beings or experience transformative events, a symbolism that carried over into medieval literature like the Arthurian romances. Deceased relatives and friends appeared regularly in medieval dreams, reflecting a culture where the bonds between living and dead remained strong through prayers, commemorations, and beliefs about purgatory. These dream encounters sometimes conveyed specific requests for prayers or masses, reinforcing the reciprocal relationship between the living and the dead that characterized medieval Christianity. Family members might take such dreams quite seriously, arranging additional commemorative masses or charitable donations in response to perceived communications from departed loved ones. Medieval dream records also reveal anxieties specific to the period. Dreams of famine appear during times of agricultural uncertainty, while dreams of plague became more common after the Black Death's devastation in the 14th century. Social tensions manifested in dreams involving lords, taxes, or justice, particularly during periods of peasant unrest. These dreams functioned similarly to modern anxiety dreams, processing real-world concerns through symbolic visualization during sleep. For those experiencing intensely vivid or repeating dreams, pilgrimage might be recommended as a response, particularly if the dreams seem to contain divine guidance or warning. Records from major pilgrimage sites like Santiago de Compostela, Canterbury, and Jerusalem include accounts of pilgrims who undertook their journeys in response to dream instructions, sometimes reporting cessation of troubling dreams or resolution of problems depicted in dream content after completing their pilgrimage vows. Incubation, the practice of sleeping in sacred spaces specifically to receive spiritually significant dreams, continued from ancient traditions into the Christian medieval period. While no longer centered around healing deities as in Greek and Roman practice, churches associated with particular saints might attract dream seekers hoping for guidance or healing. Sleeping near saints' shrines or relics was believed to increase the likelihood of significant dream experiences, particularly on the saints' feast day, when their spiritual presence was considered especially powerful. Dreams also functioned as creative inspiration, particularly for poets, musicians, and artists. Medieval accounts occasionally describe creative works that came through dreams, melodies revealed, poetic lines received, or visual compositions displayed. The 13th century English philosopher and scientist Roger Bacon noted that Many have been certified of things in dreams that have been useful for science, philosophy, and faith, recognizing the creative potential of the dreaming mind. Beyond ordinary dreams, medieval culture recognized more dramatic night experiences that modern terminology might classify as sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, or night terrors. These more intense phenomena received particular interpretation within medieval frameworks. The sensation of pressure on the chest during sleep paralysis, for instance, was often attributed to supernatural beings, the incubus or succubus, night hags, or demonic presences. Physical explanations were also recognized, with some medical texts attributing these experiences to digestive disturbances or improper sleeping positions. By the later medieval period, dream interpretation manuals, somnialia, began circulating more widely, particularly after the development of printing technology. These texts provided systematic approaches to understanding dream symbols, often combining classical tradition with Christian interpretation and regional folkloric elements. While primarily used by the literate minority, the content of these manuals likely filtered into broader oral culture through clergy, creating shared interpretive frameworks across social classes. The medieval approach to dreams reveals a worldview, where the boundaries between physical and spiritual reality remained permeable, where consciousness extended beyond waking awareness, and where nights contained potential revelations as significant as daytime experiences. This understanding of dreams as meaningful communications rather than mere neural activity shaped how medieval people prepared for sleep, processed dream content upon waking, and integrated night visions into their understanding of themselves and their world. As you drift towards sleep while contemplating these medieval dream theories, perhaps your own dreams tonight will carry echoes of this older consciousness. A reminder that how we interpret our dreams remains partly cultural, shaped by the frameworks we inherit and the meanings we collectively assign to the mysterious landscapes the sleeping mind creates. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. As the sun descended toward the horizon, medieval communities began the transition from day's labor to evening's respite through rituals centered around the hearth. The fire, that living presence at the center of every household from humble cottage to grand hall, shaped not only physical comfort, but social relations, storytelling traditions, and the psychological preparation for sleep. Let us explore how the hours before bedtime unfolded around this vital flame that connected medieval people to their ancestors through shared practices as ancient as humanity itself. The day's end was marked not by mechanical clocks, which remained rare and imprecise throughout most of the medieval period, but by the natural progression from daylight to dusk to darkness. As shadows lengthened across fields and workshops, workers began to conclude their labors. In agricultural communities, livestock required final attention, milking, securing animals in barns or pens, providing evening feed. Craftspeople secured their tools and materials against theft or damage. Merchants closed shops, counted the day's transactions, and secured their goods. This transition carried practical importance beyond mere routine. In a world before electric lighting, the waning of natural light meant the approach of darkness that would severely limit productive activity. While some tasks could continue by candlelight or firelight, the expense of artificial illumination made extensive night work impractical for most households. The medieval day therefore compressed most essential activities into daylight hours, creating a natural rhythm that modern schedules have largely abandoned. As family members gathered for the evening meal, typically the day's second substantial food, following a larger midday dinner, the hearth took central importance. In peasant dwellings, this hearth was typically a central fire pit or simple stone fireplace, often with a cauldron suspended above for cooking. Smoke escaped through a hole in the roof, or in more developed structures, a proper chimney. Among the wealthy, more sophisticated fireplaces with improved drafting allowed for better heat distribution and less smoke, but the principle remained the same: fire providing warmth, light, and cooking heat as darkness settled outside. The evening meal itself was typically simpler than the midday repast. Where the noon dinner provided substantial calories for afternoon work, the evening meal, often called supper, focused on lighter fare that would not disturb sleep: bread, cheese, perhaps leftover pottage from midday, with ale, small beer, or cider to drink. Medieval medical wisdom derived from classical authorities cautioned against heavy eating before bedtime, advice that modern sleep science would largely affirm. As the meal concluded, the evening's activities began, a period that modern historians sometimes call fireside culture, when the hearth became not merely a source of physical warmth, but the center of social and intellectual life. The specific character of these evening hours varied substantially across social classes, but certain elements remained consistent: the gathering of household members, the sharing of information and stories, the completion of tasks suited to limited light, and ultimately, preparation for sleep. For peasant households, evening activities typically combine productivity with social connection. By the hearth's flickering light, women might spin wool or flax into thread, mend clothing, or prepare materials for the next day's tasks. Men might repair tools, carve wooden implements, or work on small crafts that supplemented farming income. Children participated according to their ages and abilities, learning essential skills through observation and gradually increasing responsibility. These practical activities unfolded within a social atmosphere that strengthened community bonds. Conversation flowed naturally, covering the day's events, agricultural concerns, local news, and community matters. In this oral culture, evening discussions served functions that written media would later provide: updating participants on relevant developments, preserving and transmitting practical knowledge, and maintaining social cohesion through shared narrative. Larger gatherings sometimes formed, particularly during winter months when agricultural demands lessened and longer nights. Extended evening socialization. Neighboring families might gather in one household, sharing the cost of fuel while multiplying the evening's social possibilities. These informal gatherings, called bees in some regions, sittings or wakes in others, combined work with pleasure, allowing multiple households to complete tasks like shelling nuts, processing wool, or preserving foods while enjoying expanded company. In these expanded social settings, entertainment naturally emerged to complement work. Music featured prominently, with simple instruments like pipes, drums, or stringed instruments accompanying songs that everyone knew. Dancing might occur in larger spaces, particularly during seasonal celebrations. Games provided mental stimulation and friendly competition: chess and backgammon for the more affluent, dice games, riddles, and simpler board games played with readily available materials for common folk. Most significant for our understanding of medieval sleep culture was the tradition of storytelling that flourished in these evening hours. Before mass literacy or accessible printed material, oral storytelling served as primary entertainment, educational tool, and cultural preservation method. As darkness gathered outside and firelight created an intimate atmosphere, the skilled storyteller commanded attention, transporting listeners beyond their immediate circumstances through narrative. The content of these fireside tales varied widely. Religious stories drawn from scripture, saints' lives, or popular devotional material reinforced spiritual values while providing dramatic narratives of heroism, suffering, redemption, and miraculous intervention. Folk tales incorporated local landmarks and historical events into narratives that often contained practical wisdom or moral instruction beneath entertaining surfaces. Epic traditions preserved cultural heritage through generations, with performers memorizing thousands of lines that connected communities to their historical or mythological origins. One category of evening tales particularly relevant to sleep culture was the ghost story or supernatural account. Medieval people maintained complex beliefs about spirits, revenants, and supernatural beings that became especially relevant as darkness fell. Stories about such entities served multiple purposes: entertainment, certainly, but also instruction about moral boundaries, explanations for mysterious occurrences, and psychological preparation for the vulnerability of sleep in a world perceived as filled with visible and invisible forces. These ghost stories might seem counterproductive before sleep, potentially increasing anxiety rather than promoting restfulness. Yet they served important cultural functions, allowing communities to acknowledge fears, establish shared understandings of the supernatural, and implicitly reinforce protective practices and beliefs. Many such tales concluded with methods for warding off the supernatural dangers they described: prayers, protective gestures, or physical items that listeners might then incorporate into their own bedtime routines. As the evening progressed, the fire would gradually be banked, not extinguished completely, but covered with ashes to preserve embers for morning rekindling. This practical necessity developed ritual significance in many households, with the covering of the fire accompanied by prayers or formalized language requesting protection through the night. This transition marked the approach of sleep time for the household, though not necessarily immediate retirement to bed. The final activities before sleep focused on securing the dwelling against physical and supernatural dangers. Doors would be barred, shutters closed and secured, livestock checked, and water sources protected against freezing in cold weather. Religious households would perform evening prayers, ranging from simple recited formulas among the less educated to more elaborate devotions among the literate or particularly devout. These might include specific petitions for protection during the vulnerable hours of darkness, for peaceful rest, and for safety from the perceived dangers that night represented. Among the aristocracy, these evening hours took more elaborate forms but maintained similar functions. In castle great halls, the evening meal, often served earlier than among working classes, gave way to more sophisticated entertainment. Professional musicians, trained storytellers, sometimes traveling performers offering plays, acrobatics, or other specialized skills. Chess and other strategy games demonstrated intellectual prowess, while conversation covered politics, family alliances, and estate management rather than the agricultural concerns of peasant discussions. As the evening advanced, the aristocratic household would begin to disperse according to a hierarchy that reflected social status. Servants would retire first, followed by lower-ranking household members, with the lord and lady and their most honored guests remaining longest by the fire. The lord's retirement began a ceremonial process, with servants attending to the banking of the hall fire, the securing of the castle, and the preparation of sleeping chambers. By the later medieval period, these practical tasks had evolved into formalized rituals that displayed household organization and reinforced social hierarchy. For merchants and urban dwellers, evening hours might include business accounting, planning for the next day's transactions, or discussions of market conditions and opportunities. Guild regulations sometimes specified curfew hours by which certain work should cease, creating more standardized evening routines than in rural settings, where natural light remained the primary delimiter of activity. Urban environments also offered more opportunities for evening socialization outside the home. Taverns and alehouses provided gathering spaces where news could be exchanged, relationships formed and maintained, and community identity reinforced through shared drinking and conversation. Across all these varied settings, the progression from daylight work to evening gathering to sleep preparation followed a natural rhythm dictated by light availability, temperature changes, and bodily needs. Without artificial stimulation extending wakefulness or artificial lighting making night activities simple, the medieval body responded to environmental cues that signaled the appropriate time for sleep: darkness, cooler temperatures, the reduction of social stimulation as households quieted. Modern sleep researchers would recognize in these medieval evening patterns many elements now recommended for healthy sleep hygiene: the gradual reduction of stimulation, the establishment of consistent routines, the creation of transitional activities between full wakefulness and sleep. Without scientific understanding of circadian rhythms or sleep architecture, medieval culture had evolved practices that generally supported natural sleep patterns, preparing bodies and minds for the surrender to first sleep, the midnight waking, and the second sleep that would follow. As you imagine these fireside hours, the flickering light playing across familiar faces, the shared work and stories creating community bonds, the gradual quieting as sleep time approaches, consider how different this natural progression to sleep is from modern patterns of electronic stimulation until moments before attempting sleep. The medieval approach to evening hours created a buffer zone between day's activities and night's vulnerability, a transitional space where body and mind could gradually prepare for sleep's approach. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. In the vulnerable state between wakefulness and sleep, medieval people faced what they perceived as genuine dangers, both natural and supernatural. Their world did not end at the threshold of empirical reality, but extended into realms of spirits, demons and divine forces that interacted with human life, particularly during the vulnerable hours of darkness. Understanding how they protected themselves against these perceived threats reveals a complex worldview where physical and spiritual safety required equally serious attention. For medieval Christians, the primary protection against night dangers came through prayer. The practice of bedtime prayers, still continued in many religious households today, originated in the recognition of sleep's vulnerability and the need for divine protection during unconscious hours. These prayers took various forms depending on education level, regional tradition, and personal devotion, but certain core elements remained consistent across medieval Christendom. The most common evening prayer included a personal commendation of the soul to divine care, acknowledging that sleep represented a kind of little death where consciousness surrendered control. "Into thy hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit," drawn from Christ's words on the cross, became a standard formula repeated by countless medieval sleepers as they prepared for night's unknowns. This phrase explicitly recognized the parallel between sleep and death, a connection reinforced by medieval sermons and devotional literature. Beyond this core commendation, bedtime prayers often included requests for angelic protection. The belief that guardian angels watched over individuals, particularly during vulnerable periods, offered comfort against night fears. "May the angels guard my rest and sleep in peace" appears in various forms across prayer books from different regions. Some prayers specified the Archangel Michael, known for his protective role against demonic forces, while others invoked the collective protection of the celestial host. Protection against specific night dangers featured prominently in these prayers. "From the terror of the night, from the arrow that flies by day," borrowed from Psalm 91, addressed feared nighttime threats. Medieval prayer books sometimes elaborated these dangers, requesting protection against evil dreams, fantasies of the night, and visitations of wicked spirits. The particular emphasis on dreams reflected the belief that supernatural entities could influence or even enter dreams, making sleep a potential battleground between good and evil forces. For the educated elite, more elaborate evening devotion might include specific prayers associated with sleep. The Compline service, the final canonical hour before sleep, contained elements specifically focused on night protection, including the hymn Te lucis ante terminum, before the ending of the day, which asked that dreams and phantoms of the night be driven far away. While full Compline remained primarily a monastic practice, simplified versions entered lay devotional life, particularly among the aristocracy and educated urban classes. Alongside these formal prayers, physical gestures provided additional spiritual protection. The sign of the cross made over the bed or sleeping area consecrated the space, while the same gesture made on one's own body before sleep created a symbolic shield against harmful forces. Some regional traditions included specific patterns of crosses on forehead, lips, and heart, or at the four corners of the bed, creating a protective boundary around the vulnerable sleeper. Holy water, blessed by priests and kept in many medieval households, played an important role in nighttime protection. Family members might sprinkle beds or sleeping areas with holy water before retiring, creating a sanctified space hostile to evil influences. In some regions, the practice extended to sprinkling thresholds, windows, and hearths, all potential entry points for malevolent forces. The physical act of distribution combined with the blessed substance created both psychological comfort and, in medieval understanding, genuine spiritual protection. Beyond Christian practices, folk traditions provided additional protective measures that often combined pre-Christian elements with Christian symbolism. Iron items placed near beds were believed to repel certain supernatural entities. Herbs with protective properties, particularly strong-smelling varieties like rosemary, lavender, or garlic, might be hung near sleeping areas or stuffed into small pouches placed under pillows. Salt, universally recognized for its purifying properties across cultures, might be sprinkled in a thin line around beds or across thresholds. Physical items with religious significance offered tangible protection for medieval sleepers. Crucifixes, hung on walls or placed under pillows, medallions of saints worn around the neck during sleep, rosary beads wrapped around wrists or placed nearby, all these objects embodied protection through their sacred associations. Particularly valued were items directly connected to saints or holy places. A splinter, said to be from the true cross, a scrap of cloth touched to a saint's tomb, or a small container of oil from a shrine lamp, believed to carry the holy person's protective power into the sleeper's vulnerable hours. Bedroom arrangement itself incorporated protective elements. In many regions, beds were positioned to align with sacred directions, often with the head to the east, the direction of the rising sun and resurrection, or with the feet toward the door to allow the soul easy exit if death came during sleep. Beds were typically elevated partly for practical reasons, avoiding drafts and vermin, but also for symbolic separation from the earth, associated in some folk beliefs with the underworld or realm of the dead. The hearth fire, typically banked, rather than extinguished completely, provided both physical warmth and symbolic protection through the night. Fire's purifying properties gave it spiritual significance across cultures, and the continuity of the hearth's embers represented household continuity and security. The formal covering of the fire before sleep often included protective prayers or invocations, treating this practical necessity as a spiritual boundary between day's activities and night's unknown territories. For those who could afford them, candles or oil lamps might be left burning through the night, particularly on spiritually significant occasions or during times of particular vulnerability such as childbirth, serious illness, or following a death in the household. The light itself served as protection against darkness-dwelling entities, while candles blessed during specific church festivals, particularly Candlemas, carried additional protective power. Community practices reinforced individual protection. In medieval towns, the night watch not only guarded against practical dangers like fire or theft, but often performed rituals with spiritual dimensions. Watchmen's calls incorporated prayers or blessings. "All's well, God give you good night," extending protection beyond physical security to spiritual welfare. Church bells ringing the canonical hours through the night reminded sleepers of divine presence and, in folk belief, repelled harmful spirits who could not endure consecrated sounds. Against specific fears, specialized protections developed. For those who feared the incubus or succubus, supernatural entities believed to sexually assault sleepers, particular prayers to St. George or other warrior saints might be recited. Those concerned about soul travel during dreams, a widespread belief that the soul might wander from the body during sleep, might place symbolic barriers to prevent the soul's escape or ensure its return. A cup of water by the bed, shoes placed in specific positions, or small personal items that would attract the returning soul. Children received particular attention in nighttime protection, being considered especially vulnerable to both natural and supernatural threats. Cradles were often decorated with protective symbols, and specific prayers for infant safety formed part of parental bedtime routines. The practice of checking on sleeping children, still common today, had both practical and spiritual dimensions, in the medieval mind, ensuring physical safety while also providing ongoing protective presence against invisible threats. While modern minds might dismiss these practices as superstition, they provided genuine psychological comfort that likely improved sleep quality for medieval people. The rituals created a sense of control in the face of night's uncertainties, while the community aspect of shared protective beliefs reinforced social bonds and mutual support. Contemporary sleep psychology recognizes that perceived safety significantly impacts sleep quality, suggesting that medieval protective practices, whether or not they addressed objectively real threats, served genuine functions in promoting restful sleep. Moreover, these nighttime protections reveal the integrated worldview of medieval consciousness, where physical and spiritual reality formed a continuous whole rather than separate domains. Protection required attention to both visible and invisible aspects of the world, addressing material dangers like fire or intruders alongside spiritual threats from supernatural entities. This holistic approach contrasts with modern tendency to compartmentalize safety measures, locks, and alarms for physical security separate from any spiritual considerations. As the medieval period progressed, changing theological emphases and gradually increasing skepticism about certain supernatural threats modified some protective practices. Church authorities sometimes discouraged the more overtly magical aspects of folk protection, emphasizing formal prayers and sacramentals, blessed objects like holy water, over charms or practices with pre-Christian origins. Yet the fundamental concern for protection during the vulnerable state of sleep remained consistent throughout the period, a recognition that unconsciousness created vulnerability, requiring both practical and spiritual safeguards. As you prepare for your own sleep, consider how these medieval concerns about night's dangers have evolved rather than disappeared in modern consciousness. Our locks and security systems address updated versions of physical threats. Our night lights, particularly for children, continue ancient traditions of using light as protection against darkness. Even our transitional objects and bedtime routines echo medieval protective practices, creating psychological boundaries between waking vulnerability and sleep's surrender. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. In the quiet hours between first and second sleep, medieval minds often turned to the content of their dreams. Unlike our modern tendency to dismiss dreams as meaningless brain activity or, at most, expressions of personal psychology, medieval culture considered dreams potentially significant communications from beyond ordinary consciousness. A complex framework for understanding these night visions had developed over centuries, drawing from classical philosophy, Christian theology, and folk traditions to create a nuanced approach to the messages that might arrive through sleep. The medieval theory of dreams rested on several foundational texts that circulated among the educated. Macrobius' Commentary on the Dream of Scipio, written in late antiquity but widely copied and studied throughout the medieval period, provided a sophisticated classification system for different types of dreams. This system distinguished between insignificant dreams caused by bodily states or daily preoccupations and those carrying genuine meaning, prophetic, allegorical, or oracular communications from beyond ordinary reality. Aristotle's treatise on dreams and on divination through dreams, available in Latin translations from the 12th century onward, offered a more naturalistic perspective, linking dream content to sensory impressions and bodily conditions. Yet even this physiological approach did not entirely dismiss the possibility of significant dream content, particularly when dreams seem to accurately predict future events. The medieval mind comfortably held both perspectives, dreams as physical phenomena and as potential channels for supernatural communication. Christian scripture provided numerous examples of divinely sent dreams, from Jacob's ladder to Joseph's warning to flee with the infant Christ, establishing biblical precedent for taking dreams seriously as potential divine communication. Patristics, writers like Augustine, addressed dreams in their theological works, acknowledging their complexity while warning against uncritical acceptance of all dream content. This cautious openness characterized the mainstream Christian approach to dreams throughout the medieval period, neither dismissing them entirely nor accepting all dreams as divinely inspired. From these textual foundations emerged a systematic approach to dream interpretation that recognized different levels of potential significance. The first level of analysis considered the dreamer's physical state, diet, health, age, and recent activities all might generate dreams without deeper meaning. Medical texts advised caution in interpreting dreams that followed excessive eating or drinking, physical exertion, or occurred during illness, as these conditions were known to produce confused or troubled sleep experiences. If physical causes seemed unlikely to explain a dream's content, medieval interpreters considered personal psychological factors, what modern analysis might call the subconscious processing of waking concerns. Dreams reflecting anxiety about upcoming events, replaying significant memories, or incorporating elements of recent conversations were recognized as emerging from the dreamer's own mind rather than external sources. The medieval understanding of psychology, while not expressed in modern terminology, nonetheless recognized this self-generated aspect of dream content. Beyond these natural explanations, medieval dream theory acknowledged three potential supernatural sources for significant dreams: divine, demonic, or related to the dead. Divine dreams, sent by God directly or through angelic messengers, typically featured clarity, moral coherence, and often included recognized religious imagery. Such dreams might offer guidance, warning, or comfort, and usually left the dreamer with a sense of peace despite any challenging content. Demonic dreams, by contrast, were characterized by confusion, temptation to sin, or content that contradicted church teaching. Medieval spiritual advisors warned that evil entities could manipulate dream content to lead the faithful astray, presenting false visions that seem divine but contain subtle errors or encouragements toward pride, lust, or other sins. Discernment, the spiritual practice of distinguishing between divine and demonic influences, applied as much to dream content as to waking spiritual experiences. Dreams involving the dead occupied a complex middle territory in this framework. Christian doctrine generally discouraged attempting to communicate with the deceased, yet dreams of departed loved ones occurred commonly and seemed to provide comfort or closure for the bereaved. Church authorities gradually developed a theological framework that accommodated these experiences, suggesting that God might permit the dead to appear in dreams under specific circumstances, particularly to request prayers for souls in purgatory, or to provide reassurance about the deceased's spiritual state. This complex theoretical framework influenced how ordinary medieval people understood their dream experiences. The midnight wakeful period between first and second sleep provided ideal conditions for dream recall and interpretation. In the quiet darkness, with the mind in a relaxed but conscious state, dreams from the first sleep remained vivid in memory. Many sources indicate that discussing these dreams with bedchamber companions was common practice during this interval. Such discussions served multiple purposes. Sharing dream content with others provided objective perspective on potentially troubling images or scenarios. Family members or close associates might recognize elements from waking life that the dreamer had forgotten, connecting seemingly random dream content to actual concerns or experiences. The communal nature of medieval sleep meant that dream interpretation, like many other aspects of life, became a shared rather than solely individual experience. For dreams deemed potentially significant, various interpretative approaches might be applied. Symbolic interpretation, linking specific dream elements to established meanings, drew from both religious and folk traditions. Biblical imagery carried consistent associations. Water commonly represented spiritual cleansing or rebirth, mountains signified encounters with the divine, while snakes or dragons often indicated temptation or evil influence. Regional folk traditions provided additional symbolic frameworks, sometimes incorporating pre-Christian elements adapted to Christian contexts. Allegorical interpretation looked beyond individual symbols to the dream's overall narrative, seeking moral lessons or spiritual guidance in the storyline itself. This approach, derived from allegorical readings of scripture and literature, treated dreams as texts to be read for deeper meaning. A dream about a journey might be interpreted as representing the soul's progress towards salvation, while a dream of conflict could reveal interior spiritual struggles requiring attention in waking life. Literal interpretation, taking dream content as direct information about future events or current unknown situations, remained the most controversial approach from the Church's perspective, as it bordered on divination practices officially discouraged by religious authorities. Nevertheless, predictive dreams feature prominently in medieval chronicles, saints' lives, and personal accounts, suggesting that many medieval people continued to view certain dreams as directly prophetic, despite theological cautions. By the later medieval period, dream interpretation manuals circulated among the literate, providing systematic approaches to understanding common dream elements. These dream dictionaries, somnialia, often presented interpretations in simple if-then format. If one dreams of losing teeth, it signifies the death of relatives, or to dream of clear water foretells good fortune. While primarily accessible to educated readers, the interpretations from these texts likely entered oral culture through clergy and educated laypeople, creating widely shared expectations about certain dream symbols. The medieval approach to dream interpretation was not merely passive analysis, but often prompted active response. Significant dreams might motivate changes in behavior, religious devotions, or major life decisions. Dreams perceived as warnings could lead to avoiding planned journeys or business ventures. Dreams suggesting divine favor toward particular actions might provide the final motivation for committing to marriages, religious vocations, or political alliances already under consideration. Particularly troubling or recurrent dreams might prompt specific spiritual remedies. Confession could address sins revealed through dream content, while additional prayers or devotions might be undertaken to seek clarity about ambiguous dream messages. Physical remedies also existed for disturbing dreams, changes in sleeping position, dietary adjustments, or herbs believed to promote peaceful sleep and clear dreams. The boundary between medical and spiritual approaches remained fluid, with both physicians and clergy offering advice for troubled dreamers. For those experiencing what they believed to be demonic dreams, additional protective measures might be employed. Sleeping with blessed objects nearby, sprinkling the sleeping area with holy water, or reciting specific prayers before sleep to request protection against malevolent influences. Medieval exorcism manuals occasionally addressed persistent nightmares or disturbing dream content as potential signs of demonic harassment requiring clerical intervention. Dreams played particularly important roles during life transitions. Young people reported dreams that guided vocational choices, entering religious life, pursuing particular trades, or confirming marriage decisions. Pregnant women paid special attention to dreams that might predict their child's sex or future prospects. The elderly and ill sometimes received dreams interpreted as preparation for death, allowing time for spiritual and practical arrangements before the end. The relationship between dreams and creativity received recognition in medieval culture as well. Artistic inspiration arriving through dreams appears in various accounts: musicians who heard melodies in sleep, poets who received verses, and visual artists who saw compositions later reproduced in waking work. The medieval mind considered these experiences genuine communications rather than simply subconscious processing, often attributing them to divine inspiration mediated through the receptive state of sleep. Shared dreams held special significance in medieval interpretation. When multiple individuals reported similar dreams independently, particularly concerning community matters or religious subjects, these parallel visions carried greater weight than individual experiences. Monastic chronicles and saints' lives frequently mention such collective dream experiences as confirmation of divine communication, describing how several community members might dream of the same deceased person, sacred relic, or impending event, with the shared nature of the experience validating its significance. As medieval culture transitioned toward early modernity, approaches to dreams gradually shifted. The empirical turn in intellectual thought placed greater emphasis on natural explanations for dream content, while Protestant theology in affected regions generally discouraged seeking special revelations beyond Scripture, including through dreams. Nevertheless, the practice of taking dreams seriously as potential sources of guidance, warning, or insight persisted in popular culture well beyond the medieval period, continuing in some forms to the present day. This rich tradition of dream interpretation reveals a medieval consciousness that recognized multiple levels of reality and communication, where the boundaries between ordinary and extraordinary perception remained permeable, particularly during the liminal state of sleep. Neither credulously accepting all dreams as supernatural messages nor dismissing them as meaningless brain activity, medieval dream theory offered a nuanced middle path that acknowledged both natural and potentially supernatural origins for night visions, treating dreams as one aspect of the complex relationship between human consciousness and the wider world. As you progress through your own sleep cycles tonight, perhaps your dreams will carry echoes of this older understanding, not merely neural recycling, but potential messages from depths of consciousness that daylight awareness rarely touches. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The medieval relationship with sleep was profoundly shaped by seasonal variations, far more so than in our electrically illuminated modern world. As the Earth moved through its annual cycle, the changing balance of daylight and darkness directly influenced sleep duration, timing, and quality. From the extended nights of midwinter To the brief darkness of midsummer, medieval sleep patterns flexed and adapted, creating a more dynamic relationship with rest than our modern standardized 8-hour ideal. Winter dominated medieval sleep patterns with its long nights and brief days. In Northern Europe, December darkness might stretch 16 hours or more, creating conditions where sleep could naturally expand beyond modern norms. Historical records from this period reveal that medieval people typically slept longer in winter, perhaps 9 to 10 hours total between first and second sleep compared to 7 or 8 hours in summer months. This expanded winter sleep partly resulted from practical necessity. With limited artificial light and its significant expense, extending productive activity deep into winter darkness made little economic sense for most households. Candles of tallow, animal fat, produced smoky, dim light while consuming valuable resources that might otherwise serve as food. Beeswax candles offered cleaner, brighter illumination, but at prohibitive cost for common folk. Most households relied primarily on firelight for evening illumination, supplemented perhaps by rushlights. Dried rushes soaked in fat that provided minimal lighting for essential tasks. Given these limitations, medieval households typically aligned their sleep more closely with natural light cycles than we do today. Winter bedtimes came earlier, often by 7 or 18 p.m. after the evening meal, and morning rising might be delayed until first light provided sufficient illumination for basic activities. This expanded winter sleep window accommodated the biphasic pattern common throughout the year, with first sleep, midnight wakefulness, and second sleep all potentially longer than during summer months. The winter sleep environment presented distinct challenges. Cold temperatures required additional bedding and often more shared body heat, reinforcing the communal nature of medieval sleep. Bed curtains, where available, served crucial practical functions in winter, preserving warmth within their enclosed space. Those without such luxuries might sleep in more clothes than was typical in warmer seasons, or with heated stones wrapped in cloth placed at the foot of the bed for initial warmth. Winter's expanded darkness also intensified certain aspects of sleep culture. With longer evenings before bedtime, fireside activities took on greater importance. Storytelling, handcrafts, and socialization occupied the hours between sunset and sleep. These extended evening gatherings strengthened community bonds while preserving valuable folk knowledge and traditions through oral transmission. Winter tales often focused on supernatural themes, perhaps reflecting the psychological impact of expanded darkness on the medieval imagination. The winter wakeful period between first and second sleep became particularly significant for practical household management. Historical sources mention tasks specifically reserved for these midnight hours during winter, checking on fire safety, securing livestock against predators or harsh weather, ensuring children remained covered against the cold. In some regions, this winter midnight waking coincided with a small collation, a light refreshment of bread, cheese, or preserved fruit accompanied by small beer or warmed wine, providing additional calories during the season of greatest energy. Demand for maintaining body temperature. Religious observances shaped winter sleep patterns as well, particularly during Advent and the Christmas season. Nocturnal church services might interrupt normal sleep, especially for the devout who attended midnight mass on Christmas Eve. Special night prayers or devotions during these spiritually significant periods created variations in the otherwise regular rhythm of winter sleep. Monastic schedules maintained their structured night offices regardless of season, though practical accommodations for winter cold appear in some rules and customaries. As winter yielded to spring, medieval sleep patterns began shifting with the changing light. The gradual lengthening of days allowed productive work to extend later, naturally pushing bedtimes slightly later as well. Agricultural communities particularly felt this transition. as spring planting and animal births demanded extended daytime attention. The sleep window gradually compressed from winter's expansive darkness toward a more balanced distribution of wakefulness and rest. Spring also brought changes to the sleep environment itself. Bedding materials might be adjusted for warmer temperatures, with heavy furs or extra woolen blankets set aside until the following winter. Windows, shuttered tightly against winter drafts, might be opened slightly during sleep hours as night. Temperatures moderated, changing the airflow and scents within sleeping spaces. Spring cleaning traditions in many regions included specific attention to sleeping areas, airing mattresses, washing bed linens, preserved through winter, with minimal laundering and refreshing the herbs scattered among rushes on floors. Summer brought the most dramatic contrast to winter sleep patterns, with daylight potentially extending from before 4 a.m. to after 9 p.m. in northern regions. The natural sleep window contracted significantly. Historical evidence suggests medieval summer sleep typically totaled around 7 hours, still divided into the biphasic pattern, but with both segments shorter than their winter counterparts. First sleep might begin around 9 or 10 p.m. as darkness finally settled, with second sleep concluding around 4 or 5 a.m. as dawn light made further rest difficult. This compressed summer sleep coincided with the year's most demanding agricultural work: haymaking, grain harvest, orchard management, creating a seasonal pattern of maximal work during minimal darkness. The resulting physical fatigue likely facilitated quicker sleep onset despite shorter nights, a natural adaptation to seasonal demands. Some historical sources mention afternoon rest periods during summer's hottest days, particularly in southern Europe, suggesting a seasonal shift towards siesta patterns when circumstances permitted. The summer sleep environment presented different challenges than winter's cold. Heat and insects became primary concerns, with various regional adaptations addressing these issues. Sleeping locations might shift to cooler spaces, ground floors rather than upper stories, or even outdoors in courtyards or gardens during the hottest nights. Bed curtains that preserved warmth in winter now serve to exclude biting insects, with some regions developing specialized netting for this purpose. Aromatic herbs with insect-repelling properties, lavender, rosemary, wormwood, took on greater importance in summer sleeping arrangements. The shorter summer nights compressed, but did not eliminate the wakeful period between first and second sleep. This midnight waking might involve different activities than in winter: checking on drying agricultural products, taking advantage of cooler night temperatures for tasks difficult during hot days, or simply enjoying the pleasant conditions of summer darkness. Some sources suggest increased sociability during summer night wakings, with neighboring households sometimes gathering during these hours for conversation, music, or shared refreshments. Autumn brought its own transitional patterns as harvests concluded and daylight hours shortened once again. The gradual expansion of darkness allowed sleep to lengthen, with bedtimes gradually shifting earlier as sunset retreated. This season brought particular attention to preparing sleeping areas for the coming winter, repairing bed frames, stuffing fresh straw into mattress ticking, acquiring additional bedding materials through market purchases or home production. The cyclical nature of these seasonal preparations reinforced the medieval understanding of sleep as integrated with natural rhythms rather than standardized across the year. Festival periods throughout the seasonal cycle created temporary exceptions to normal sleep patterns. Major religious feasts and secular celebrations often involved staying awake through normal sleep hours for religious observances, feasting, dancing, or other communal activities. These periodic exceptions to normal patterns were anticipated and incorporated into the overall rhythm of medieval life, creating a more flexible relationship with sleep than our modern fixed schedules typically allow. Midsummer and midwinter celebrations particularly mark the extremes of the solar cycle that so profoundly affected medieval sleep. The summer solstice, often associated with St. John's Eve, traditionally involved staying awake through the brief night with bonfires, dancing and revelry, deliberately inverting normal sleep patterns to acknowledge the sun's dominance at its peak. Conversely, winter solstice celebrations, later incorporated into Christmas traditions, emphasized light against darkness, candles, hearth fires, and communal gatherings, pushing back symbolically against the year's longest night. Agricultural communities developed additional seasonal sleep variations tied to specific harvest activities. The grain harvest might require temporary shifts to earlier waking and earlier bedtimes to maximize productive work during comfortable morning hours before afternoon heat. Autumn fruit harvests sometimes necessitated night work for processing perishable products, creating short-term adaptations to normal sleep timing. These functional variations reflected the medieval integration of sleep patterns with productive necessity rather than adherence to standardized schedules. Seasonal changes affected not only sleep timing and duration, but dream content as well. Medieval dream interpretation manuals sometimes noted seasonal variations in typical dreams, connecting them to the humoral system that dominated medieval medicine. Winter, associated with phlegmatic temperament, cold and moist, supposedly produced more dreams of water, drowning, or heavy burdens. Summer, linked to choleric temperament, hot and dry, generated dreams of fire, conflict, or rapid movement. These seasonal dream patterns were considered when interpreting potentially significant night visions. Monasteries, with their rigid hours of prayer maintained throughout the year, developed specific seasonal adaptations while maintaining their fundamental commitment to night offices. The rule of Saint Benedict, recognizing practical realities, allowed for seasonal adjustments in the timing of monastic activities while preserving the essential structure. Winter schedules might compress daytime activities and extend night prayers, while summer arrangements acknowledge the shorter nights and longer workdays natural to the season. For the medieval mind, these seasonal variations in sleep did not represent inconvenient disruptions to an ideal pattern, but rather natural adaptations to cosmic rhythms. The medieval worldview emphasized harmony with natural cycles rather than dominance over them, understanding human activity, including sleep, as properly integrated with larger patterns of sun, moon, and seasonal change. This perspective created a more flexible relationship with sleep than our modern expectation of consistent 8-hour blocks regardless of season or natural light conditions. The seasonal flexibility of medieval sleep carries potential lessons for our contemporary relationship with rest. Modern sleep research increasingly recognizes that seasonal variations in sleep duration and timing may be natural rather than problematic, suggesting that our insistence on consistent year-round sleep schedules might contradict evolutionary adaptations to changing light conditions. The medieval pattern of allowing sleep to expand somewhat in winter and contract in summer might better align with our body's inherent responses to seasonal change than our artificially standardized modern approach. As you rest tonight, consider how your own sleep might naturally vary with the seasons if freed from modern constraints of fixed schedules and artificial lighting. The medieval experience suggests that embracing some seasonal variation might connect us more deeply with natural rhythms our bodies still recognize beneath the overlay of contemporary sleep conventions. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The medieval traveler faced particular challenges regarding sleep. Far from the familiar security of home, without regular access to personal sleeping spaces, those who journeyed through medieval Europe for devotion, commerce, or diplomacy encountered sleeping arrangements that revealed much about medieval hospitality, social hierarchies, and the vulnerability of the traveler in a world where strangers often met suspicion rather than welcome. Pilgrimage, religious journey, to sacred sites represented the most common and culturally accepted form of extensive travel in medieval Europe. From local shrines visited in a single day to the great pilgrimages to Jerusalem, Rome, or Santiago, to Compostela that might require months or years to complete, these sacred journeys created distinct patterns of travelers' accommodations that shaped the medieval experience of sleep away from home. The pilgrim preparing for extended journey anticipated nights of compromised sleep as part of the journey's hardship. Indeed, the physical discomforts of pilgrimage, including disrupted sleep, were understood as penitential elements that increased the spiritual merit of the undertaking. Before departure, experienced travelers might offer practical advice about sleep during pilgrimage, carrying a small cloth to lay over dubious bedding, maintaining protective prayers for vulnerable nights in unfamiliar surroundings, and adjusting expectations about privacy and comfort. Religious institutions provided the primary infrastructure for pilgrim accommodation along major routes. Monasteries maintained hospices from the Latin hospitium, sharing roots with both hospital and hospitality, specifically for travelers, fulfilling religious obligations of charity toward strangers. These monastic hospices typically offered simple but adequate sleeping arrangements, shared halls with pallets or mattresses, sometimes with separate facilities for men and women, maintaining basic standards of cleanliness and security. The quality of monastic accommodation varied significantly, depending on the institution's size and resources. Major monasteries along popular pilgrimage routes developed elaborate facilities capable of housing dozens or even hundreds of pilgrims, with dedicated staff overseeing traveler needs. Smaller religious houses might offer more limited space, perhaps a single room where travelers shared floor space with minimal separation. Some monastic guest facilities stratified accommodations based on social status, providing better quarters for noble or wealthy pilgrims while offering basic shelter to common travelers. In these religious hospices, sleep followed monastic rhythms to some degree. Evening prayers typically preceded bed assignment, and morning rising often coincided with the monastery's first offices. While pilgrims were not expected to participate in the full round of monastic prayers, their sleep patterns necessarily adapted to institutional schedules. Most hospices limited stays to 1 to 3 nights for ordinary pilgrims, preventing permanent residency while providing adequate rest for journey continuation. Beyond monastic accommodation, pilgrim-specific hospices emerged in major pilgrimage destinations and along established routes. Often funded by charitable donations or royal patronage, these institutions focused exclusively on traveler needs. Some specialized by nationality, like the various national hospices in Rome that served pilgrims from specific countries, providing familiar food, language, and customs that eased the disorientation of travel. Commercial accommodations, inns and taverns, provided another option for travelers with financial means. Unlike the free or donation-based religious hospices, commercial establishments charged for their services, creating economic barriers for poorer travelers. Medieval inns varied dramatically in quality, from relatively comfortable establishments in major cities to crude facilities in smaller settlements that might offer little more than floor space in a common room and basic food. The sleeping arrangements in commercial inns reflected medieval approaches to privacy and personal space, concepts understood very differently than in modern times. Private rooms were rare and typically reserved for travelers of exceptional status or wealth. More commonly, travelers shared large rooms containing multiple beds, with each bed potentially sleeping several people. Contemporary accounts frequently mention the surprise of travelers, particularly those from regions less accustomed to such arrangements, at being assigned to share beds with complete strangers. Innkeepers developed practical systems for assigning these shared sleeping arrangements, generally attempting to group travelers of similar apparent social status, age, and nationality. Gender segregation was typical but not universal. with women travelers sometimes accommodated in separate areas or, in smaller establishments, in spaces near the innkeeper's family for additional security. Travelers of exceptional wealth might secure private accommodations by renting all spaces in a shared room or by paying premium rates for better quarters where available. The physical environment of commercial sleeping establishments presented particular challenges. Bedding might be infrequently cleaned, leading to problems with parasites, a common complaint in travelers' accounts through the period. Thin walls offered limited sound isolation, with sleeping travelers subjected to noise from dining areas, kitchens, stables, or streets. Security concerns remained significant, as inns were known targets for theft, with travelers carrying valuables particularly vulnerable during sleep. To address these conditions, experienced travelers developed practical strategies: sleeping partially, clothed with valuables secured on their person, using personal cloaks or mantles over questionable bedding, carrying small locks to secure bags to bedposts or other fixed objects during sleep. Some accounts mention travelers who slept lightly, intentionally, maintaining awareness of their surroundings rather than surrendering to deep sleep in unfamiliar and potentially unsafe environments. For travelers of high status, nobles, wealthy, merchants, royal messengers, letters of introduction might secure accommodation in private homes rather than public establishments. This system of hospitality created obligations on both sides. Hosts provided appropriate accommodation according to the traveler's status, while guests respected household customs and avoided imposing excessive burdens on their hosts. Sleeping. Arrangements in these circumstances typically reflected the visitor's social position, with higher status guests given better spaces, sometimes displacing household members from their usual sleeping quarters. Beyond these formal accommodation systems, many travelers experienced less regulated sleeping situations. Merchants attending seasonal fairs might sleep among their goods in temporary stalls or tents. Military campaigns created field encampments with minimal sleeping provisions, perhaps just ground cloths under open sky or simple tents for higher ranking participants. Mendicant friars, Franciscans, Dominicans, often slept wherever charity provided shelter, church porches, barns, or humble homes of the faithful. The least fortunate travelers sometimes faced nights without any formal accommodation. Historical records and literary accounts mention people sleeping in fields, forests, or urban doorways when other options proved unavailable or unaffordable. Such exposed sleeping carried both physical risks from weather and predators and social risks from authorities suspicious of vagrants. Various regional laws prohibited sleeping rough within town limits, reflecting medieval concerns about unattached individuals outside normal social structures. The vulnerability of sleep while traveling gave rise to specific protective practices beyond those used at home. Travelers' prayers often explicitly addressed the particular dangers of sleep in unfamiliar surroundings. Some pilgrims carried special, protective items specifically for travel, small relics from their home churches, blessed medals or tokens, or pilgrim badges acquired at visited shrines that accumulated protective value throughout the journey. These items would be placed near sleeping areas or worn during sleep as spiritual safeguards. Travel accounts frequently mention dreams and visionary experiences that occurred during journeys, suggesting that the disruption of normal sleep patterns and environments might have facilitated unusual consciousness states. Pilgrim narratives particularly emphasize dreams or visions received at or near sacred destinations, interpreting these experiences as confirmation of spiritual connection to the visited saints or holy places. Modern sleep research noting that changing sleep environments can produce more vivid or memorable dreams offers an interesting parallel to these medieval accounts. Seasonal factors significantly impacted travel-related sleep. Winter journeys, undertaken only when necessary due to difficult road conditions, often involved extremely challenging sleep circumstances, with travelers seeking any available shelter against cold. Summer travel, while easier in many respects, presented different challenges in sleep quality, with heat and insects creating discomfort, particularly in crowded accommodations. Experienced travelers planned itineraries with awareness of these seasonal factors, timing journeys when possible to avoid the most difficult conditions. Language differences created additional complications for sleep arrangements in foreign territories. Travelers unable to communicate effectively about their needs or understand instructions regarding accommodations faced heightened vulnerability. Pilgrim guides written for specific routes sometimes included basic vocabulary relevant to securing lodging and understanding sleeping arrangements in regions where different languages were spoken, providing crucial practical assistance for those traveling beyond familiar linguistic territories. The shared experience of disrupted sleep created bonds among fellow travelers that transcended differences in origin or status. Pilgrimage accounts frequently mention relationships formed through shared hardships, including difficult nights in uncomfortable quarters. The medieval understanding of pilgrimage as penitential journey helped frame these discomforts positively, not merely inconveniences to be endured, but opportunities for spiritual growth through voluntary hardship. For those undertaking, particularly, long journeys such as crusaders traveling to the Holy Land or merchants on extended trading expeditions, the disruption of normal sleep patterns could extend for months or years. Such travelers often developed adaptive practices, carrying small personal items that created psychological continuity despite changing physical environments, establishing consistent pre-sleep routines that could be maintained regardless of location, or adopting local sleeping customs in regions where they spent extended periods. The return home after extended travel often involved adjustment difficulties similar to what modern travelers call jet lag, though caused by changing sleep environments rather than time zone shifts. Medieval accounts occasionally mention the sweetness of the first sleep in one's own bed after long absence, or the strangeness of returning to individual sleep after extended periods of shared sleeping arrangements during travel. These observations reveal the psychological impact of sleep disruption even in a pre-industrial society less rigid about sleep timing than our modern world. The medieval traveler's experience of sleep away from home highlights aspects of sleep we might otherwise overlook: its connection to security and familiarity, its vulnerability to environmental disruption, its significance as marker of social status, and its role in creating community among those who share its challenges. In the discomforts and adaptations of travelers' sleep, we see most clearly the aspects of rest that remain constant beneath cultural variations. The universal human need for periods of safe surrender to unconsciousness, even when circumstances make such surrender difficult. As your own consciousness drifts towards sleep, imagine yourself as a medieval pilgrim finding rest in an unfamiliar hospice. The sounds of other travelers nearby, the simple pallet beneath your tired body, the mental review of the day's journey giving way to tomorrow's anticipated path, all framed within the larger journey toward both physical destination and spiritual purpose. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The segmented sleep pattern that characterized the medieval night did not disappear suddenly but rather faded gradually over several centuries, ultimately transforming into the consolidated 8-hour sleep modern society considers normal. This transition, one of the most significant yet least recognized changes in human behavior, resulted from multiple converging factors, ranging from technological innovation to economic reorganization to intellectual shifts in how sleep itself was understood. Artificial lighting represents perhaps the most obvious technological factor in this transition. While medieval households had various lighting sources, rushlights, tallow or beeswax candles, oil lamps, all shared certain limitations. Relatively dim illumination, significant expense, required maintenance during use, and in many cases, unpleasant smoke or odor. These practical constraints naturally limited evening activities and encouraged alignment with natural daylight patterns. The development of improved lighting technologies through the early modern period gradually expanded the practical possibilities for nighttime wakefulness. Improved oil lamp designs, better candle-making techniques, and eventually gas lighting from the early 19th century increased both the quality and affordability of artificial illumination. As lighting became brighter, cleaner, and less expensive, evening activities could extend further into natural darkness without the prohibitive costs that had previously limited such extensions to the wealthy. This technological shift coincided with changing economic patterns that reorganized time usage. The medieval workday had typically followed natural daylight, expanding in summer and contracting in winter, with significant seasonal variations in sleep timing. As commerce grew more complex and early industrialization began, economic pressures favored standardization over seasonal flexibility. Urban workers increasingly found themselves subject to fixed schedules rather than daylight-determined work days, creating pressure toward consistent sleep timing regardless of season. The physical environment of sleep underwent significant changes as well. Medieval households, as we have explored, typically featured communal sleeping arrangements with family members sharing beds and chambers. As the early modern period progressed, increasing prosperity among the middle classes enabled architectural changes that gradually created more private sleeping spaces. Separate bedrooms became more common, first for heads of households and eventually for individual family members as economic means allowed. This architectural individualization of sleep spaces contributed to changing sleep patterns. Communal sleeping had naturally accommodated the wakeful middle period, conversations with bedmates, shared activities during nighttime consciousness, the normalization of movement during night hours. As sleep became increasingly individual and private, the social structures that had supported segmented sleep patterns faded. Rising alone in a private bedchamber offered fewer natural activities than waking among family or household members in shared spaces. Changing intellectual frameworks also influenced sleep patterns, particularly through medical and scientific theories. Medieval medicine, drawing primarily from humoral theory, had accommodated segmented sleep as natural and potentially beneficial, with the midnight waking period understood as appropriate for reflection, prayer, or gentle activity. As medical thought evolved through the scientific revolution and enlightenment, new emphasis on efficiency and productivity began to reimagine ideal sleep as an unbroken period of unconsciousness. By the late 18th century, sleep reformers began explicitly advocating consolidated sleep as healthier and more rational than traditional segmented patterns. Medical writings increasingly characterized night waking as a form of insomnia rather than a natural rhythm, pathologizing what had been normal experience for countless generations. Sleep became medicalized, a biological function to be optimized, rather than a flexible human experience integrated with social and spiritual dimensions. The spread of mechanical timekeeping reinforced these changes by creating more precise boundaries between waking and sleeping hours. While medieval communities had marked time through approximations, canonical hours, sunrise and sunset, cock crow, or town bell, mechanical clocks provided exact demarcations that gradually disconnected human activity from natural rhythms. As clocks became more affordable and widespread, sleep increasingly conformed to designated hours rather than adjusting with seasonal light changes or individual body rhythms. The Industrial Revolution dramatically accelerated these trends, beginning in the late 18th century. Factory work required synchronized labor, with workers needing to arrive rested at specific hours regardless of season or individual preference. Night shift work emerged as a new pattern, completely inverting traditional sleep timing for economic purposes. The factory whistle or bell replaced natural cues as the arbiter of appropriate sleep and waking times, creating regulated patterns aligned with industrial needs rather than biological rhythms. Urbanization played a crucial role in this transition as well. As populations increasingly concentrated in cities, new forms of nighttime disturbance emerged. Street noise, neighbors' activities in close quarters, industrial sounds continuing through darkness hours. Urban lighting gradually extended into public spaces, with street lighting programs reducing the profound darkness that had characterized the medieval night. These environmental changes made the traditional segmented sleep pattern more difficult to maintain, even for those inclined toward it. Social reformers of the 19th century, concerned about public health and moral order, often targeted sleep habits as areas for improvement. Victorian emphasis on discipline and self-improvement extended to sleep, with regularity and consistency becoming virtues. Medical and moral advice increasingly portrayed night waking as wasteful at best, and potentially associated with vice or disorder at worst. The middle-class Victorian bedroom became a space dedicated exclusively to uninterrupted sleep rather than the multi-purpose space that medieval sleeping chambers had been. These converging factors, technological, economic, architectural, intellectual, industrial, and social, gradually transformed sleep patterns across Europe and North America, though at different rates, depending on region, social class, and individual circumstances. Rural communities generally maintain traditional sleep patterns longer than urban populations, and working-class households continued segmented sleep after middle and upper classes had largely abandoned it. By the early 20th century, however, consolidated sleep had become the dominant pattern and cultural expectation throughout industrialized societies. The historical evidence for this transition appears in various sources. Medical texts show the gradual shift from accepting segmented sleep as natural to pathologizing night waking as insomnia requiring treatment. Literary references to first and second sleep, common in medieval and early modern writings, gradually disappear from novels and personal accounts by the late 19th century. Advice literature increasingly advocates unbroken sleep as the ideal, with specific recommended hours, gradually reduced from 9 or 10 hours to the modern 8-hour standard. Perhaps most telling are the transitional accounts from the 17th through 19th centuries that reveal individuals struggling between traditional patterns and emerging norms. Diarists record taking sleep aids to prevent middle-of-night waking, or express concern about finding themselves awake between sleeps when this pattern was increasingly considered abnormal. These personal accounts capture the lived experience of a major cultural shift, individuals finding their natural rhythms increasingly at odds with changing social expectations. The consequences of this transition extend beyond simple sleep scheduling. The medieval experience of night consciousness, that quiet, reflective state between first and second sleep, actually disappeared from cultural awareness. Modern insomniacs who wake in the night typically experience this state as problematic rather than natural, often with accompanying anxiety about sleep disruption that would have been foreign to medieval experience. The psychological quality of night consciousness, once valued for spiritual reflection or intimate connection, became categorized as dysfunction rather than opportunity. Some sleep researchers have suggested that this transition represents not progress but loss, that segmented sleep may better align with human biological rhythms than the consolidated pattern modern society demands. Experimental studies placing subjects in natural light conditions without artificial illumination or timepieces have shown that many people spontaneously revert to segmented sleep patterns similar to those documented in pre-industrial societies, suggesting that biphasic sleep may be our natural default rather than an artifact of medieval culture. From this perspective, the modern expectation of 8 uninterrupted hours may represent a cultural construct at odds with our evolutionary heritage, potentially contributing to modern sleep dissatisfaction and perceived sleep disorders. The midnight waking period, rather than representing insomnia, might be understood as a natural window for reflection, creativity, or connection that our ancestors utilized but modern schedules eliminate. This historical understanding offers potential insights for contemporary sleep challenges. Knowledge that segmented sleep represented the norm for countless generations might help reduce anxiety for those who experience night waking, reframing it as a natural pattern rather than disorder. The medieval practice of using midnight wakefulness productively for prayer, reflection, conversation, or gentle activity might provide models for managing night waking without the stress that often accompanies perceived insomnia. The historical transition also reveals how profoundly sleep patterns are shaped by cultural factors rather than representing purely biological constants. While sleep itself is indeed a biological necessity, its timing, duration, and structure prove remarkably flexible across historical periods and cultures. This perspective encourages questioning whether contemporary sleep norms truly represent optimal patterns or merely cultural conventions shaped by industrial needs, electrical lighting availability, and medical theories that themselves continue to evolve as you drift between wakefulness and sleep while listening to this historical account. Consider that your own consciousness moves through states that medieval people understood differently than we typically do today. The boundaries between waking and sleeping, between productivity and rest, between individual and communal experience, all these have shifted over centuries, leaving us with sleep patterns our medieval ancestors might find as strange as we would find theirs. Sleep now, the next chapter of history awaits. The transition to sleep in the medieval world was not marked by modern white noise machines or recorded soundscapes, but neither did silence dominate the night hours. Instead, distinct sound patterns accompanied the journey toward and through sleep, from human voices raised in prayer or song to the ambient sounds of a world less insulated from its environment than our contemporary sealed buildings. Understanding these sonic dimensions of medieval sleep reveals aspects of the period's relationship with night consciousness that written records alone might miss. Formal prayers specifically associated with bedtime formed the most structured sound element of medieval sleep preparation. These varied in complexity and formality depending on the household's religious devotion and education level. Among the literate elite, the prayers of Compline, the final canonical hour before sleep, might be recited in their Latin entirety or in vernacular adaptations. These texts emphasized protection through the vulnerable hours of darkness. Visit, we beseech thee, O Lord, this habitation, and drive far from it all snares of the enemy. Let thy holy angels dwell therein, who may keep us in peace. For those without formal literacy, simpler vernacular prayers served similar functions, often taught orally from parent to child and passed through generations. These folk prayers combined official church elements with regional traditions, creating distinctive versions that preserved medieval sleep concerns into later periods. Many incorporated protective invocations of saints, particularly associated with safe sleep or dream guidance, such as Saint Christopher, protector against sudden death, Saint Michael, defender against demonic influences, or Saint Clare, associated with clear dreams and visions. Many household evening prayers took the form of rhythmic verse, easily memorized and recited. A common English bedtime prayer that persisted in various forms from medieval times through the Victorian era began, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, bless the bed that I lie on, 4 corners to my bed, 4 angels round my head. The 4 evangelists and 4 angels created a symbolic protection around the sleeper, establishing sacred boundaries against night dangers, whether understood literally or metaphorically. Beyond formal prayers, singing formed an important component of medieval sleep. Transitions, particularly for children. Lullabies, songs specifically intended to soothe children towards sleep, appear in records from throughout the medieval period, though fewer examples survive in notated form than we might wish. Those that do reveal consistent elements across regions. Gentle, rocking rhythms often in triple meter, simple, repetitive melodies within limited vocal ranges, and lyrics combining reassurance with references to sleep's approach. The content of medieval lullabies reflected the period's integration of practical and spiritual concerns. Many specifically mention protective figures watching over the sleeping child, angels, saints, or the Virgin Mary, who featured prominently in lullaby traditions throughout Christian Europe. Others incorporated folk elements specific to regional cultures, protective animals, nature spirits, or local protective customs. The boundaries between sacred and secular remained fluid in these intimate musical forms, revealing how thoroughly spiritual understanding permeated everyday medieval life. Not all medieval lullabies were gentle or soothing by modern standards. Some contained warnings or references to dangers that modern parents might consider inappropriate for bedtime. Medieval lullaby texts occasionally mention punishment for wakeful children or referred to external threats from which sleep offered escape. These elements reflected the medieval understanding of sleep as vulnerable surrender requiring protection rather than simply peaceful comfort, as well as different approaches to childhood than modern protective attitudes. Beyond these formalized sleep-specific sounds, the medieval acoustic environment included numerous ambient elements that modern sleepers rarely experience. Most medieval buildings provided limited sound isolation, with thin walls between spaces and incomplete ceiling against outdoor noise. The sounds of other household members, domestic animals, and external environmental elements entered sleeping spaces more readily than in modern constructions designed specifically for acoustic isolation. In rural settings, natural sounds accompanied sleep throughout the night. Wind through trees, rainfall on thatch or wooden roofing, nocturnal animals including owls, nightingales, or wolves, depending on region. These sounds were not noise pollution by medieval, understanding but expected elements of night's progression. Some medieval texts mention such sounds as comforting rather than disturbing, markers of the familiar world continuing through darkness hours. Urban environments produced different nighttime soundscapes. Town criers or night watchmen called the hours through darkness, providing temporal orientation while reassuring citizens that protective vigilance continued during vulnerable sleep hours. The watchman's call, often including "all's well" or similar reassurances along with the hour, punctuated urban sleep regularly. Church bells marking canonical hours sounded in both rural and urban environments, with monastic communities and larger churches maintaining night bells for matins and lauds. Different social classes experienced significantly different sleep soundscapes. Peasant dwellings, often housing both humans and valuable livestock under the same roof, included animal sounds throughout night hours. Urban artisan households, frequently combining dwelling and workshop functions in connected spaces, might experience sounds from other family enterprises even during sleep hours. Elite households with thicker walls between chambers and often dedicated sleeping spaces removed from centers of activity enjoyed greater sound separation, though even castle bedchambers were less isolated than modern expectations would demand. The medieval monastery created its own distinctive sleep acoustic environment. The transition to sleep began with the communal chanting of Compline, with its specific musical formulas established by regional tradition. The Great Silence followed, the period after Compline when all unnecessary speech ceased, creating a marked contrast with daylight hours of prayer and work. This silence itself became a present, acoustic reality, not merely absence of sound but active practice of quiet that prepared the community for sleep. Monastic night silence would be broken by bells calling the community to night offices, matins, and lauds, and by the sounds of monks or nuns rising and processing to the church for these prayers. The sonorous quality of night chanting, often in lower registers and at slower tempos than daytime offices, created a distinctive acoustic environment that participants and chroniclers described as particularly conducive to spiritual contemplation. Modern sound studies suggest that such chanting, with its regular rhythms and limited harmonic range, may indeed induce altered consciousness states that medieval practitioners associated with spiritual receptivity. For all medieval sleepers, the sounds associated with morning awakening carried cultural significance beyond mere noise. Cockcrows served as a widespread natural alarm, marking the approach of dawn when darkness retreated and the vulnerable night period ended. Medieval literature frequently references this sound as boundary marker between night and day, darkness and light, vulnerability and renewed activity. In monastic contexts, the morning bells similarly mark this transition from night consciousness to day awareness, calling the community from individual cells to communal prayer and breaking the great silence. Sound functioned beyond these practical aspects as protection during the perceived vulnerability of sleep. Many medieval households maintained beliefs about protective sounds that guarded sleepers. Church bells were believed to drive away demons and harmful spirits, their consecrated sound creating sacred space extending as far as the sound carried. This belief led to the practice of ringing church bells during storms or other threatening conditions, providing auditory protection for the community, including those asleep. Household protective sounds included mundane practical noise, the crackle of the banked fire, the movement of night-waking family members checking on sleeping children or property security. These sounds, rather than disturbing sleep, might reassure the partially wakeful that normal protective vigilance continued. Some regional traditions included specific household sound practices, hanging small bells on cradles, for instance, which would sound if the sleeping child moved excessively or if supernatural entities, believed to disturb infants particularly, approached. The auditory experience of the wakeful interval between first and second sleep carried its own significance. This time of natural wakefulness typically occurred in relative quiet compared to daylight hours, creating conditions where subtle sounds became more noticeable, the breathing of family members, distant animal sounds, the settling of wooden house structures, or weather changes outside. Medieval accounts sometimes mention conversations during this period conducted in lowered voices that maintained the night's distinct acoustic quality while allowing communication between wakeful individuals. Dreams involving sound received particular attention in medieval dream interpretation. Dreams featuring bells, singing, instrumental music, or spoken messages were often considered more significant than purely visual dreams, potentially carrying divine communication. The medieval understanding of dreams did not separate sensory categories as distinctly as modern analysis might, but recognized the integrated multisensory nature of dream experience, with auditory elements sometimes providing the dream's primary meaning. As literacy increased through the later medieval period, reading aloud before sleep became more common in households with access to books or manuscripts. This practice typically involved religious texts, portions of scripture, saints' lives, or devotional material read by a literate family member to others as they prepared for sleep. The spoken word thus formed another element of the medieval sleep soundscape, with cadences of sacred texts carrying listeners towards sleep with spiritually significant content that might influence dream experiences. The historical record suggests that medieval people generally maintained different expectations about sleep sounds than modern sleepers, who often seek silence or consistent white noise. The medieval acoustic environment included regular interruptions from human activity, animals, weather, bells marking time, that modern sleepers might consider disruptive, but that medieval individuals incorporated into their understanding of normal night progression. This difference reflects broader contrasts between medieval integration with environmental patterns and modern attempts to control sleeping conditions. For contemporary listeners attempting to imagine the medieval sleep soundscape, certain elements require particular effort to reconstruct. The absolute darkness of medieval nights, outside limited candle or firelight, changed how sounds were perceived, heightening auditory awareness while removing visual orientation. The specific acoustic properties of medieval building materials and construction methods created sound environments unlike modern spaces with different resonance, dampening, and transmission characteristics. The psychological context, understanding certain sounds as protective rather than intrusive, shaped how medieval sleepers processed auditory information during vulnerable hours. As you listen to this historical exploration, your own consciousness may be drifting towards sleep, your attention to these words becoming less analytical and more receptive as drowsiness approaches. The medieval understanding of sound's relationship to sleep offers an interesting counterpoint to contemporary practices, neither superior nor inferior, but showing how different cultural frameworks shape the universal human experience of transitioning between wakefulness and sleep, consciousness and dreams, vulnerability and protection. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Sleep may be a universal human need, but the conditions under which it occurs have always reflected social hierarchies. In medieval Europe, where society was structured according to the three estates, those who worked, those who fought, and those who prayed, sleep arrangements served not merely practical functions but symbolized and reinforced status distinctions. From the humble straw pallet of the peasant to the elaborate canopied bed of royalty, sleeping furniture and practices made visible the divisions that organized medieval society. At the base of the social pyramid, the medieval peasantry, comprising perhaps 90% of the population, experienced sleep conditions defined primarily by functionality rather than comfort. The typical peasant dwelling contained minimal furniture of any kind, with sleeping arrangements among the simplest household provisions. Many peasant families slept on mattresses stuffed with straw, placed either directly on the packed earth floor or on simple raised wooden platforms that provided some separation from ground moisture and drafts. These straw mattresses required regular refreshing as the straw compressed and deteriorated, becoming a seasonal task associated with harvest time when fresh material became available. The covering over this mattress might be a coarse woolen blanket or, in colder regions, sheepskins or other animal pelts that provided greater warmth. Linen sheets, when available, represented a relative luxury among peasant households, often preserved carefully and washed infrequently to extend their usable life. Pillows as separate sleep accessories remained uncommon among the poorest households, with many simply using folded clothing or small bundles of additional straw to elevate the head if desired. The medieval medical understanding that sleeping completely flat could allow harmful vapors to rise to the brain created general preference for some head elevation during sleep, but this might be accomplished through improvised means rather than specialized pillows among those of limited means. The physical space of peasant sleep reflected the communal nature of rural households. The single-room dwelling typical of medieval peasant life meant that all family members slept within the same space, often sharing bedding for practical warmth as well as economic necessity. This shared sleeping arrangement continued throughout the life cycle. Parents, children of various ages, and sometimes extended family members all resting in close proximity, with minimal division between individual sleeping territories. This communal sleeping served functions beyond simple space efficiency. Shared body heat provided essential warmth during winter months when heating resources remained limited. The presence of multiple individuals created greater security against potential intruders, whether human or animal. For infants and young children, proximity to parents allowed for feeding and comfort during night hours without requiring fully waking or additional light sources. For urban commoners, craftspeople, merchants, and laborers, sleeping conditions showed greater variation while maintaining many elements of peasant arrangements. The typical urban dwelling might contain 2 or 3 rooms rather than the single room of rural cottages, allowing somewhat more separation of functions. Sleeping spaces might be partially distinct from living or working areas, especially in more prosperous households, though complete bedroom separation remained uncommon until later periods. The sleeping furniture of urban working households typically included more substantial bed frames than were found in rural settings. The rope bed, a wooden frame with ropes stretched across to support the mattress, represented a step up from floor pallets, providing better support and separation from drafts. These rope beds required periodic tightening as the ropes stretched through use, giving rise to the phrase "sleep tight" that has outlived common understanding of its original context. Mattresses in such households might contain materials beyond simple straw, wool becoming more common among prosperous urban workers, providing better insulation and comfort. More specialized bedding elements appeared at this social level as well, with distinct sheets, blankets, bolsters, and sometimes cushions or pillows forming a more elaborate sleep environment than peasant arrangements allowed. Records of craftspeople's household inventories sometimes include bedding as significant assets, indicating their relative value compared to peasant possessions. Sleep timing and conditions for urban workers responded to different constraints than rural patterns. While agricultural labor followed seasonal daylight variations, urban crafts and trades often adhered to guild-regulated hours that might be marked by town bells or other communal signals. This created more standardized sleep schedules, less directly tied to daylight hours, especially during winter months when craft work could continue by candlelight after natural light faded. For the medieval merchant class, whose prosperity grew throughout the period as trade expanded, sleeping arrangements began to approach those of the nobility in some respects. Successful merchants could afford more substantial homes with multiple specialized rooms, sometimes including chambers primarily dedicated to sleeping rather than serving multiple functions. Bed furnishings represented significant investments and status markers, with quality linens, imported fabrics, and larger, more elaborate bedsteads demonstrating financial success. Merchant households might possess multiple beds rather than the single sleeping surface of poorer families, allowing for greater separation between family members, servants, and guests. Parents might have a primary bed in a semi-private chamber, with children sleeping in trundle beds, low frames on wheels stored under the main bed during daylight, or in separate rooms as family resources permitted. This arrangement presaged the modern concept of bedroom privacy, though complete individual sleeping spaces remained uncommon even among prosperous merchants. The sleeping arrangements of the nobility represented a dramatic contrast to common experience, both in physical furnishings and in the social rituals surrounding sleep. The great bed of a noble household functioned not merely as furniture but as an architectural feature and status symbol, often representing one of the most valuable possessions within the castle or manor. These beds featured substantial wooden frames, often elaborately carved with family emblems, religious imagery, or decorative motifs that proclaimed the owner's wealth and lineage. Noble beds typically stood on raised platforms that separated them from drafts, while literally elevating the sleeper above others in the room. Substantial posts supported canopies, testers, from which hung curtains of expensive fabrics, velvet, damask embroidered wool, or imported silk for the wealthiest. These curtains served crucial practical functions in the often drafty chambers of stone castles, creating micro-environments that preserved body heat while excluding cold air. They also provided visual privacy within chambers that might contain servants or attendants even during sleeping hours. The mattresses of noble beds typically contained multiple layers with straw foundations topped by wool or feather layers that provided graduated support and comfort. Fine linen sheets, changed more frequently than was possible in common households, covered these mattresses. Multiple pillows, bolsters, and cushions completed the arrangement, allowing for the semi-reclined sleeping position recommended by medieval medical authorities. Winter might add fur coverlets or additional woolen blankets, while summer arrangements included lighter coverings appropriate to the season. Beyond these physical elements, noble sleep incorporated ceremonial aspects unknown in common households. For the highest nobility, particularly royalty, the rituals of bedtime and rising evolved into formalized offices that demonstrated and reinforced status relationships. The preparation of the royal bed became a privilege assigned to specific nobles, with the right to handle particular elements of bedding or assist with specific aspects of the disrobing process, conveying significant political status. These ceremonial sleep practices reached their most elaborate expression in courts like that of France, where the king's lever, rising, and coucher, bedtime, developed into complex rituals with carefully defined roles for nobles of varying ranks. While such extreme formalization remained limited to the highest aristocratic circles, elements of ceremonial sleep preparation appeared throughout noble households, with servants assigned specific responsibilities for preparing chambers, maintaining bedding, and attending to the lord or lady's comfort according to established patterns. The social significance of the noble bed extended beyond sleep itself to include its use as a semi-public space for morning receptions, a practice that continued into the early modern period. A noble might receive visitors while still in bed or while completing morning preparations, with access to this intimate setting carefully controlled to reflect the visitor's status. This practice reflected the medieval noble's life as perpetually public performance rather than containing the sharp public-private distinctions modern sensibilities expect. For the clerical estate, those who prayed, sleep arrangements reflected both their theoretical status and their practical position within medieval society. Parish priests in rural villages often lived in conditions similar to prosperous peasants or craftspeople, with sleeping arrangements that reflected their intermediate social position, perhaps a proper bedstead and better quality bedding than common parishioners, but nothing approaching noble luxury. Higher clergy, typically drawn from aristocratic families, maintained sleeping arrangements that reflected their dual identity as religious figures and social elites. Episcopal residences and abbots' quarters often contained substantial beds, appropriate to their occupants' noble connections, though perhaps with less ostentatious ornamentation than purely secular counterparts. The tension between religious ideals of simplicity and the practical reality of high ecclesiastical office created interesting compromises in furnishings. Substantial comfort without excessive display. Monastic sleep represented a distinct category shaped by specific religious commitments. The rule of Saint Benedict and similar guidelines for religious communities emphasized simplicity in sleeping arrangements, typically specifying individual pallets rather than elaborate beds. Each monk or nun would have a simple bed consisting of a straw mattress, perhaps a woven mat beneath for insulation, plain woolen blankets, and minimal head support. These beds were arranged in dormitories, large common sleeping chambers where the community rested together under the supervision of office holders responsible for maintaining appropriate behavior during vulnerable night hours. This monastic simplicity served multiple purposes beyond mere economy. The plainness of sleeping arrangements reminded religious of their vow of poverty and rejection of worldly comfort. The communal nature of dormitory sleeping reinforced community identity while allowing supervision that protected against both physical dangers and spiritual temptations. The standardization of beds, with each monk or nun having essentially identical sleeping provisions regardless of pre-monastic social status, symbolized the theoretical equality of all before God, though in practice many monasteries maintained subtle status distinctions even within their regulated environment. Different monastic orders approached sleep somewhat differently, reflecting their varying spiritual emphases. The Benedictines, focused on moderation and stability, provided adequate if simple sleeping arrangements. The Cistercians, seeking greater austerity, often specified even simpler provisions. Mendicant orders like Franciscans and Dominicans, committed to apostolic poverty, sometimes maintained the most basic sleeping arrangements, particularly in their early years before institutional structures softened initial austerity. Beyond these broad categories, specialized sleeping arrangements developed for particular social groups. Hospitals, medieval institutions serving primarily as charitable hospices rather than medical facilities, featured rows of beds in large open wards, typically arranged around a central chapel so that bedridden residents could observe religious services. These institutions served primarily the elderly, chronically ill, and destitute rather than those with acute medical conditions, creating long-term communal sleeping environments with minimal privacy but basic comfort appropriate to charitable Christian care. Universities developed distinctive sleeping arrangements in colleges and halls where students lived during their studies. Typically, several students shared a chamber with simple beds or pallets arranged around the room's perimeter. These educational sleeping spaces created communities of similarly aged young men, distinct from the intergenerational sleeping arrangements of family households. Records indicate that these arrangements sometimes created tensions around noise, behavior, and sleep timing that required institutional regulation. Early versions of dormitory conflicts still familiar in modern educational settings. The architectural development of the later medieval period gradually introduced more specialized sleeping spaces across social classes, though complete bedroom privacy remained uncommon even by the period's end. Upper-class urban homes began incorporating chambers used primarily for sleeping, while rural manors more frequently separated sleeping quarters from general-purpose halls. This architectural evolution presaged the greater sleep privacy that would develop through the early modern period, though complete individual bedrooms as a universal expectation would emerge only much later. Throughout these varied sleeping arrangements, certain commonalities persisted across social divisions. The biphasic sleep pattern, first sleep, midnight waking, second sleep, appears in records from all social classes, suggesting its basis in human biology rather than cultural convention. The vulnerability of sleep generated protective practices at all social levels, though these took different forms depending on available resources, from simple prayers among peasants to armed guards for nobility. The seasonal variations in sleep, timing with longer winter sleep and shorter summer patterns, similarly transcended class distinctions while taking different forms across the social spectrum. As you consider these varied medieval sleep environments, from straw pallets to canopied splendor, perhaps your own sleep setting appears in new perspective, neither more natural nor more artificial than historical arrangements, simply reflecting different cultural priorities and technological possibilities. The universal human need for sleep has always been met through culturally specific arrangements that reveal as much about social values as about biological necessity. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The intimate relationship between parent and child at nightfall, the lullaby's gentle cadence, the child's surrender to sleep beneath protective watch. These seemingly timeless aspects of childhood existed in medieval society, yet with significant differences from modern practices that reveal both practical adaptations to different circumstances and fundamentally different understandings of childhood itself. Medieval approaches to children's sleep reflected broader cultural attitudes toward the young, seeing them simultaneously as vulnerable beings requiring protection and as small adults needing gradual incorporation into community patterns rather than specialized treatment. Unlike modern Western societies, which typically provide separate sleeping spaces for children from infancy, medieval families across social classes practiced co-sleeping as the norm rather than exception. Infants and young children slept with parents, typically mothers, from birth until an age that would strike modern parents as quite advanced, often until 7 years or beyond. This arrangement served practical purposes in unheated dwellings, where infant survival required shared warmth while facilitating breastfeeding through the night without requiring full maternal wakefulness. The physical arrangements for infant sleep reflected both practical necessity and available resources across social classes. Among peasant and working households, newborns might sleep in simple wooden cradles placed near the parents' sleeping area for easy access, moving to the family bed as they outgrew the cradle. These cradles often featured rockers that allowed soothing motion or hooks that permitted suspension from ceiling beams, allowing gentle swinging motion that settled fretful infants. More prosperous households might possess more elaborate cradles, sometimes decoratively carved or painted, occasionally with protective canopies that shielded the infant from drafts or falling debris in rough-ceilinged dwellings. Such cradles represented significant family investments, often passed through generations or between neighbors as family needs changed. The symbolic importance of the cradle in medieval culture appears in numerous artistic representations of the Nativity, where Christ's humble manger is frequently depicted as a proper wooden cradle, reflecting the central place this furniture held in concepts of infancy. Beyond the physical sleeping space, medieval parents employed various techniques to settle children for sleep that combined practical effectiveness with available resources. Swaddling, wrapping infants tightly in bands of cloth, remained standard, practice throughout the medieval period, continuing ancient traditions based on both practical experience and medical theory. This practice restricted movement, helping infants feel secure while preventing them from startling themselves awake with sudden limb movements. Medieval medical texts offered guidance on infant sleep that modern parents might find surprising. Many authorities recommended rocking, singing, and gentle movement to induce sleep, practices that align with contemporary understanding. However, they also sometimes suggested moderate wine mixed with water to settle particularly restless infants, or herbal preparations including mild sedatives like chamomile alongside potentially stronger substances. The boundary between medicinal and culinary uses of herbs remained fluid, with sleep-inducing properties of certain plants recognized across culinary, medical, and magical frameworks. The transition from infancy to childhood brought gradual changes in sleeping arrangements, usually without the modern expectation of early independent sleeping. In peasant dwellings with limited space, children typically continued sharing sleeping space with parents and siblings throughout childhood, perhaps moving from the parents' immediate sleeping surface to nearby pallets or shared space with siblings as they grew. This gradual distancing maintained protective proximity while acknowledging the child's developing autonomy and creating appropriate distance as children became aware of adult sexuality. Among noble and wealthy merchant households with more abundant space, children might move from parental chambers to the care of nurses or servants at relatively early ages, but still without the modern concept of individual bedrooms. Rather, they typically slept in chambers shared with caregivers and potentially other children of similar age. The medieval noble child's sleep involved supervised communal arrangements rather than private space, reflecting broader patterns of collective rather than individual identity formation. This collective approach to children's sleep facilitated another significant medieval practice: storytelling and oral knowledge transmission during bedtime and early waking hours. The shared sleeping spaces of medieval households created natural audiences for evening tales and morning recollections that served educational functions beyond mere entertainment. From practical skills to moral instruction to cultural heritage, significant portions of medieval children's education occurred during these liminal periods around sleep rather than in formal instructional settings. The content of medieval bedtime stories reflected both entertainment and instructional purposes, often combining them effectively. Religious narratives, saints' lives with their dramatic miracles and trials, biblical stories simplified for young understanding, or folk Christianity legends, not officially sanctioned but widely shared, dominated many household evening storytelling sessions. These tales simultaneously entertained through dramatic narrative while inculcating religious values and expectations. Moral instruction through cautionary tales represented another common bedtime narrative category. Medieval children heard stories of consequences befalling children who disobeyed parents, wandered alone, or failed to observe religious duties, often with more explicitly frightening elements than modern parents would consider appropriate. Such stories served practical protective functions in a world with significant physical dangers and limited adult supervision during daylight working hours, using fear as a tool for ensuring compliance with safety-oriented behavioral expectations. Local folklore and family histories rounded out the typical content of bedtime narratives, connecting children to their specific cultural and lineage contexts. Supernatural elements featured prominently in these tales: encounters with fairies, helpful or troublesome household spirits, or transformed beings that inhabited the boundaries between human and non-human realms. These stories acknowledged the mysterious aspects of the world while providing frameworks for understanding experiences that might not fit within official religious explanation. The medieval child's relationship with sleep included significant spiritual dimensions absent from many modern approaches. Prayer formed an essential component of bedtime routines across social classes, with children taught age-appropriate devotions. From early years, these prayers typically emphasize protection through the vulnerable hours of darkness, invoking guardian angels, patron saints, or Christ's direct care over the sleeping child. Such prayers provided psychological comfort while introducing children to core religious concepts through daily ritual practice. Dreams held particular significance in medieval understanding of children's sleep, with children's night visions sometimes considered potentially more meaningful than adults' dreams due to perceived spiritual openness or innocence. Children's reports of significant dreams might receive serious attention, particularly those involving religious figures or deceased family members. This perspective created space for children's interior experiences to receive validation within family and community contexts, contrasting with modern tendencies to dismiss children's dreams as meaningless fantasy. Sleep disorders in children received various interpretations and responses in medieval households. Night terrors, the sudden, frightened waking with apparent confusion that many children experience, might be attributed to supernatural causes, including demonic harassment, visitation by night spirits, or the child's soul temporarily leaving the body during sleep. Responses combine practical comfort measures with spiritual interventions, calming presence and reassurance, alongside prayers, protective symbols, or blessed objects placed near the child's sleeping area. Sleepwalking generated particular concern in medieval understanding, as the condition seemed to represent a dangerous separation between body and conscious control. Children who regularly walked during sleep might have protective measures implemented, from simple physical barriers preventing dangerous movement to spiritual interventions including special prayers before sleep or blessed objects worn during night hours. Unlike modern medical approaches that primarily address safety concerns, medieval responses included attention to the perceived spiritual vulnerability represented by the condition. Bedwetting, a common childhood sleep issue, received more pragmatic treatment than many other conditions, with medieval parents generally recognizing its developmental nature rather than attributing significant moral or spiritual meaning to the problem. Practical measures included limiting evening liquids, waking children to urinate during parents' natural midnight waking period, and using absorbent materials beneath sleeping children. While some medical texts suggested herbal remedies to strengthen the bladder, the condition generally seems to have been approached with relative patience compared to other childhood behaviors. As children grew toward adolescence, their sleep arrangements gradually shifted toward adult patterns, though without the modern emphasis on privacy. These transitions varied significantly by social class and gender. Boys from peasant families might begin sleeping in barns or outbuildings with adolescent males, and unmarried men, once they began taking on significant agricultural responsibilities, typically between 10 and 14 years of age. This shift moved them from maternal supervision toward male community that would define their adult identities. Girls typically remained in household sleeping spaces longer than boys, continuing under maternal and female family supervision until marriage. This gendered distinction reflected both protective concerns and practical household divisions of labor, with female children increasingly integrated into indoor household management, while male children moved toward outdoor productive work that shaped their sleeping locations and communities. Among noble families, similar gender divisions appeared in adolescent sleep arrangements, though implemented differently. Boys might be sent to other noble households as pages or squires around age 7, sleeping in communal arrangements with other young males under the supervision of knights or senior household officers who oversaw their training. Girls either remained in their birth households under female supervision or were sent to other noble houses or convents for education, typically sleeping in shared chambers with other girls of similar age and status. Apprenticeship created another distinct category of adolescent sleep experience, as children, primarily boys, from around age 7 might be placed with master craftspeople to learn trades. These arrangements typically included lodging within the master's household, with apprentices sleeping in workshops or shared chambers under the master's authority. Sleep and work became thoroughly integrated in these arrangements, with apprentices often responsible for opening workshops early and securing them late, their sleep schedules determined by craft requirements rather than natural preference. Throughout these varied arrangements, medieval children's sleep remained more integrated with adult patterns and community life than in modern societies where children's sleep is increasingly treated as a specialized domain requiring distinct approaches and environments. The pre-modern child transitioned gradually from infant co-sleeping to adult sleep arrangements without the modern emphasis on early sleep independence or age-segregated sleeping spaces, reflecting the period's understanding of childhood as apprenticeship to adulthood rather than a fully distinct life phase. This historical perspective offers interesting counterpoints to contemporary debates about children's sleep. Modern Western emphasis on independent infant and child sleep, often presented as universally appropriate, appears through historical context as a culturally specific practice rather than a developmental necessity. The medieval experience suggests viable alternatives to current dominant models with potential insights for contemporary families navigating different approaches to children's sleep needs and family sleep arrangements. As your own consciousness drifts towards sleep while absorbing this historical narrative, perhaps you carry with you images of medieval children settling beneath woolen blankets as firelight fades, listening to stories that connect them to community wisdom and falling asleep amid the reassuring sounds of family members nearby, a sleep experience both utterly foreign to modern childhood and yet resonant with deep human patterns that transcend historical specificity. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. While modern focus on sleep often emphasizes the process of falling asleep, with sleep hygiene recommendations, ambient noise machines, and bedtime routines, the medieval relationship with sleep paid equal attention to waking, seeing the transition from sleep to full consciousness as significant rather than merely functional. Understanding how medieval people approached the waking process reveals cultural attitudes toward time, productivity, and the relationship between physical and spiritual alertness that differ substantially from contemporary assumptions. The medieval morning began differently across social classes, but certain patterns transcended these divisions. Most medieval people woke with natural light rather than mechanical alarms, their bodies responding to dawn's gradual brightening. This created seasonal variation in waking times, earlier in summer, later in winter, that modern schedules have largely eliminated. The transition from second sleep to morning wakefulness typically occurred as natural light penetrated dwelling spaces, either through windows, often unglazed and covered with oiled parchment or cloth, or through doors opened to admit morning air and light. For peasant households, this natural waking aligned with agricultural necessities, animals requiring morning attention, daylight hours needed for field work, and seasonal tasks demanding different starting times through the year. The waking process might begin with movement from the household member sleeping nearest the door or window where light first appeared, creating a gradual ripple of awakening through the family, sleeping together in the single-room dwelling. Children might be allowed to wake more slowly than adults, remaining in bedding while parents began essential morning tasks. The physical process of waking involved distinct material elements. The fire, banked the previous evening, required immediate attention upon waking, scraping away ashes to reveal preserved embers, adding kindling to restore active flame, and building the day's first cooking fire for morning food preparation. This fire tending formed a consistent first task across households, its successful completion enabling subsequent morning activities requiring warmth or cooked food. Before modern plumbing, first morning elimination necessitated either chamber, pots within the dwelling, emptied into household middens or garden fertilizer areas, or trips to outdoor privies or designated elimination areas. These practical bodily functions preceded rather than followed more formal waking rituals, acknowledging physical necessity before spiritual or social observances began. Unlike modern bathrooms designed for privacy, medieval elimination often involved less rigid separation, particularly within family contexts. Morning washing followed simplified patterns compared to modern expectations. A basin of cold water for the face and hand washing represented standard practice, with more complete bodily washing occurring much less frequently than modern daily bathing. This limited washing reflected both practical constraints, heating water required significant fuel and labor, and different cultural understandings of bodily cleanliness that emphasized visible cleanliness of exposed body parts rather than complete washing. Morning hygiene focused on hands, face, and mouth rather than full-body cleansing. Religious observance formed an integral part of medieval waking across social classes, though its formality varied with education and devotion levels. Morning prayers marked the transition from vulnerable sleep state to active day, often incorporating thanks for protection through the night and requests for guidance through coming activities. These prayers might be simple memorized forms for less educated households or more elaborate devotions among the literate, sometimes including psalms or biblical passages specifically associated with morning themes of renewal and divine watchfulness. Among the formally religious structured liturgies shaped the waking process. Monasteries and convents followed carefully prescribed patterns, beginning with night offices, matins and lauds for those following more demanding observances, or with prime.